Well, hello there. It's July 23rd, 2023. Can you believe it? Sitting on the porch outside the Hotel Orloff in the historic Rural Retreat, Virginia. It is bright and sunny Sunday afternoon. And got a bunch of stuff I'm going through here that I'm organizing. Thought I'd bring you along with me. Let's see. Let's invite people to come on. Well, the movie Sound of Freedom played this weekend at the local theater, and it's about to have a Sunday matinee here in about 34 minutes, but doesn't look like we're going to get to see that movie until maybe it comes on streaming, because there's going to be some other movie playing next weekend. I don't know what movie. Hello, Gotham City. I have these old shoe boxes, right? I keep these old shoe boxes. This is 6.5. This must not be my shoe size is not that. Maybe this is my wife's shoe box. Anyway, I'll keep shoe boxes, and I throw little things into them that I don't know what they are. Like little things I pick up at comic stores. This is something that's probably worthless, but I didn't want to throw it away. Like instruction manuals for these reproduction 50s fans. I put them in here, and I have boxes and boxes of things like this, filled with who knows what. We could go through this box if you wanted to. This is clipped out of the Houston Chronicle, 1996, the Hercules and Xena show. Oh, there's Jambo's here. Hey, Jambo, what's up?
Hey, Gratu, how you doing, sir?
Oh, pretty good.
Good.
How have you been?
Oh, pretty good. Had a busy weekend so far. Catching up on yard chores and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I need to do that. I've got to get a lawnmower. We got rid of the lawnmower that barely worked when we moved, and now I have to do very strange things to try
I'd give
to
you
make
mine
like
if you
grass
wanted
we
it,
have.
so I wouldn't have to use it no
What's
more.
that?
I'd give you mine if you wanted it, so I wouldn't have to use it no more.
Where we used to live, there were always people leaving cards on the door and offering to mow the yard. But I could do that myself.
Right. I would hire those guys if I could find some that's reasonable.
Yeah, they probably weren't reasonable. That's
everybody's very expensive these days, but gas is expensive thanks to our wonderful economy and stuff. So
yeah, I heard it's doing well.
Oh yeah, it is. Best it's been in 50 years, they say, right?
Yeah, 50 years ago would have been the last. That 73 was when people were lining up for a mile to get into the gas station.
Yeah.
73.
Yeah, I remember that too, actually.
I mean, I remember
my dad at the time. He was real concerned about it, and he went and got a bunch of these huge gas cans and was like storing gasoline. I guess he thought that there was going to be a shortage and there would be no more. So I remember him putting big cans of gasoline in the garage to have just in case, so he could make it to work and everything.
Yeah, it was just like toilet paper, but it was more real because the Middle East was cutting off our oil. Kevin says he had the worst sales for a Saturday in 11 years.
Oh, that sucks.
Man.
How can that be? This economy is so booming and stuff. I just don't understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be in that store all the time if I lived there. But now
Yeah,
I don't really have any money right now. So
I
that's
would be
the
broke.
problem.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If I was there, I'd be in his store buying up stuff every day, broke. Probably having him do
Yeah.
what he's doing right now. Hey, Kevin, can you put this in a box for me, man, or something?
Yeah, I have two piles, I think, maybe three there. Um, and I'm not really going to have much extra. I told him I'm not going to have much extra money until
I didn't get to get too
conceivably the
much
end of September.
right. I
Yeah.
had him send me a few things this week. I
Uh-huh.
should probably get them Monday or Tuesday, but I didn't have that much to get with myself because I went to Eric's store up in northern Kentucky and I spent probably more up there than I was planning on spending. I had a
Yeah, I saw
they have a
that.
little card that they give you, and each time you go in there, when spend money, they punch a hole in the card for every $5 you spend in the store, right? Well,
Oh,
you
okay.
fill the card up, and you get 50 free dollars.
Oh,
So
okay.
basically, it's like $50 free for comic books I was going to be buying anyway. So I went up there with the intention just to spend the $50 card, and that was pretty much it. But yeah, I spent way more than that. So
Well, that's yeah. It looks like they have a great selection. They have magazines and all kinds of stuff.
they do, they do. They used to have more Golden Age than what they do now, but I guess they just take it as they can find it now. There seemed like when the son inherited the store, Mark, Paul was the guy who owned the store originally. When the dad owned it, he bought more Golden Age books and more collections. I think now the son
Oh,
is more concentrated on some of the other aspects of the store and stuff. But it's still a great store. I mean, it's probably one of the better ones, or maybe the best one in the state here. So, but I bought a
yeah,
lot of books over the years from the dad, and he used to set up at a lot
yeah.
of comic conventions around the area, and I would always run into him and always end up buying books at his booth at the Comic Cons. So,
How far
all
a
good
drive is that
stuff.
from you?
It's about 45 to 50 minutes, something like that from me. So
Okay.
it's about 70 miles, I think, from me. So, but
Is
the
there a
good
comic
thing
store
is,
locally, or is that the closest one?
oh, I have some in Lexington, which is a town that is about 15 miles from me. And yeah, that's the ones I frequent the most.
Uh-huh.
But Comic World is a better store, Comic Book World. So
Yeah.
the ones in Lexington, they have a lot of newer and some Bronze Age stuff, but you don't find much Golden Age in any of those stores over there in Lexington, Kentucky. So I'm left to the mercies of
Yeah. The comic stores
eBay and
that I went to, and
I'm sorry.
oh, I think I must have a delay, and it's causing me to talk over you.
It's probably
I was
me.
just
I mean,
saying
I'm
I've had trouble with my internet a lot.
okay.
Well, I was just saying the comic stores I went to very rarely had any Golden Age. The ones in Texas in that area that I was
Yeah.
at.
Yeah, I end up doing what everybody
I
else
sometimes
does,
see it at
getting books off
conventions.
eBay and my comic shop and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, well, my
and
comic shop was my local store, Lone Star Comics, but they
right.
didn't put the Golden Age in their store. See, they
Yeah.
opened in the summer of '77, and it was called Lone Star Comics and Science Fiction. They had new comics, they had old comics that went back, to the Silver Age, and they had just a few. I guess you would call them Golden Age but they would be things that I could afford, like Tip Topper Comics that
Yeah.
reprinted the, Nancy and Peanuts. And,
Those are great
I got
books,
any,
though.
what?
Those are great books, though. Those Tip
Oh, they're
Topper.
great books. Yeah, it was so amazing to be buying something from the early 50s. It's debatable. Some people call that golden age, some people don't. But
Yeah.
then they changed locations a couple of times, but they still were pretty much Silver Age and up. And then at one point, the old comics just disappeared from the store, and I guess they had a sign, go to mycomicshop.com, and that's where you get the old comics. But I wanted to actually hold the comics in my hand to examine them. This is in the early days of the internet.
Yeah.
And then they closed the brick and mortar stores and sold them to some younger people that might have been ex-employees. And they
Yeah.
changed Lone Star Comics to Wild West Comics, and it fit on the sign because Wild was the same number of letters as Lone, and West was the same number of letters as Star, and they kept going. But it was all new stuff, and I'd go in there still every week or so and looking for magazines about comics or books that reprinted old comics. But
Was that a pretty good sized shop, the original store?
the original store that opened in the summer of '77 was probably the size of your living room.
Oh,
It
okay.
was very small, but
Yeah.
I've got my best memories about that
Right.
store. Then they opened in another store that was bigger, maybe the size of a whole 7-Eleven in an old 50s strip
Yeah.
center. Then they moved across the street from that to what used to be an old used bookstore that was giant, and that was their main location for a while. For a while, they had, like, I don't know, maybe a dozen locations.
Wow.
They had 2 or 3 just in Arlington, and they had them in Dallas. I think there was even one in Oklahoma. And then they kind of shrank back down and consolidated. But it's always fun. You know, there was a love and hate kind of thing because I kind of resented them for censorship, and then I later realized that I understand exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
Because Buddy Saunders was a Silver Age guy, the owner, and
Yeah.
when the character Lobo came along in the Superman comics, but then was given his own comic that was an adult, or I guess you'd say adults only comic. The he from what I've been told, and I've known people that were there, he exploded in anger and said, I'm through with DC, because he thought kids would buy, because he knew all, of course he was fully aware of what happened in the 50s, and he thought that was going to happen again.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, I mean, who's to say that didn't, happen really in a way? I mean, because they started going down the wrong way, and I mean, they were going toward that kind of stuff, with Lobo and Venom and all that,
Yeah.
and they lost a little bit of charm to me then too.
Well, all the characters of that newer wave, were characters that were like anti-heroes, that were almost villains, starting in the mid 70s. Just about every new character they created, from the Punisher on, wasn't really some noble character that stood for virtue and apple pie and all that.
Yeah, I guess it lost a little bit of its innocence, I suppose. I liked Wolverine for whatever reason. I mean, I liked that character and everything, and I did like some of them, but some of them I just never really did get into. I didn't get into the Venom and Carnage and Spawn and all that. I never did really care about it.
Well, I wasn't
And
reading Spider-Man when Venom and
right,
when Venom and
yeah,
Carnage
I guess
started.
that's probably it. I wasn't reading the comics from that time period, so I had no, you know, interest invested in them, so I didn't really care.
Right.
At that point, I was
Um,
collecting. I just started collecting Good Girl art and all that good stuff. You know, the old stuff. So
yeah.
I was
Um,
going the other way. I was going backwards. You know, and they were going in a different direction, I suppose.
yeah. I
But
would have. I same way. I would. Dang, my internet. Am I still on?
yeah, yeah, I see you.
My screen keeps going black with a spinning circle while I'm talking. Yeah, I would see the Overstreet price guide, and I would pour through that during the summer. It would be like I would pour through that like a biblical scholar going
Right.
through, you know. And I'd learn all of this stuff. You know, I knew the names of all the Golden Age comics. I just never really. I guess I thought someday I could get these books, but it was just interesting to me, and I would read about, you know, all of that, and
That was a big thing getting the Overstreet guide too. I mean, you got to see all the, you know, those great pictures they had of some of the old books and all the
right.
ads. All the ads were fantastic too because they always had a bunch of old books and covers and stuff in them. So yeah, that was a big deal. And then you check out your books that you had and see that, hey, this thing went up. You know, like it's worth $5 more than what it was last year, you know, or something.
Yeah, yeah. I'd look up all my books that I thought were the most valuable that I had. I think at that point I was real proud that I had Man Thing #1,
Right.
and that was just something my mom had bought for me. I don't know if that's held at how valuable that is now, but that would be one of the things I would look up first. But, um,
They had great covers, like you know that one.
yep, yep, I've got that one. The first one I got was the
I like
one with
Schomburg.
the spirit on the cover. It was the 1976 one. It was the
Yeah, that
Spirit of
was like
St. Nicholas.
number 5 or something. That was an early one, right?
Yeah, that was the first time I ever knew it existed. Prior to that, the year before that, I'd gotten for Christmas the two Steranko History of Comics books, and that was how I really first became exposed to the Golden Age stuff. That and the famous first editions from DC, tabloid sized, treasury size
I used to
books.
get a. I don't know if you remember this, but this guy, I would get his ads just for the Robert Beerbaum. Beerbaum.
Yeah, that guy is on YouTube. I'm sorry, he's on Facebook,
I
and
would get
he's
his
writing a.
catalogs just for the art and stuff and the
Uh-huh.
covers and stuff on them. Same as
He had a.
Comic Heaven, I think was another one I used to.
Yeah, the beer bomb guy had a comic store in San Francisco in the early '70s with some partners,
I think so. Yeah.
and he's writing a history of comic stores, and he's making it a. Um, he's getting into detail. He's very anti Stan Lee. It's like that's all he seems to talk about on Facebook, is
That's
trying to
pretty.
show.
Yeah, it's fashionable these days to be anti Stan Lee. I don't dislike Stan Lee. I think had it not been for Stan Lee, Marvel Comics wouldn't be what it is today, or wouldn't have been what it was. So
Right. I
I like Stan Lee as equally well as I like Jack Kirby, and I do like Jack Kirby, but I think Stan was a big part of it too. Had it
well
not been for his
because
showmanship and ability to promote stuff, it may have not been as big a deal. You know what I'm saying?
yes, it was his ability to tie everything together and to promote it and create a feeling like this is a team that you're part of, and gave all the writers and artists baseball sounding names, and started a fan club like EC had done.
Yeah.
And he, Kirby is a genius, but anything he did before and after Stan Lee it just doesn't read the same way. Yeah, I've got that one too.
I mean, because he basically is the one who promoted everything, and had it not been for him doing that, I don't think they'd been as big as what they are.
And I was thinking about this morning, the whole selling comics on the cover as a collector's item, calling a comic Marvel's collector's items classics. And he was aware that people were paying more for old comics. I'm sure that really became a big deal in the mid 60s. And then when Batman went on TV in 66, there were all these articles talking about how valuable those comics in your attic are. Isn't that great? Is that a copy that was sent to your house, or is it one you bought later?
I bought it later. Yeah. I never did subscribe. I should have.
I've got. I didn't subscribe until later, until the issue that had Jarvis on the cover. So I missed the early issues that Jim Steranko designed that are really high dollar. But I got. I think you only get 4 issues when you. Oh yeah.
There's a little Smiley right there promoting the con, so.
Yeah. It's funny when you look at him 10 years before, he's like practically bald, and
exactly. Yeah.
Have you seen the promo films for the 66 Marvel cartoons?
Is that the one where he's speaking there? And you can see he's got really thick hair up there, and he's almost bald. Right.
That was him 10 years before that. Yeah. There's an X-Men issue that I have a FOOM that's pretty valuable because of showing early.
You probably have more than I do.
The first appearance of Wolverine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, what happened is they just kept sending it to me even after my subscription should have gone out, and then we moved, and it still kept coming to me. It was forwarded up to us in Washington State. So that's some cool. Of mine have the San Antonio address and the Washington State address on them. And but I don't know when. I mean, I'm sure he was looking back at the 40s comics that he worked on, Stan Lee did at Timely, and was seeing that people were paying $50, $75 for some of those books. And I guess he decided to market the new comics that they were putting out in the 60s during the Silver Ages, collector's item issues on the cover. And I don't know when. That's what I was thinking this morning, is I wonder when that first happened. Did Stan Lee start that, or did any other company?
I was wondering that too, now that you were talking about it. I was wondering if Marvel was the first one that really started marketing their older comics and stuff and redoing them. I mean, because DC did it later, right? They started having,
as far as reprinting the stuff, but also just on the first issue of a comic, destined to become a collector's classic. They were doing that before they started putting out the reprint books. They were heralding on the cover that this will be valuable in the future. And I don't know when that was first done. That would be but they were aware. They were aware.
Just as a way of, I was looking for something. way of promoting comics. I remember when I first started reading comics. I mean, this is not the first one I started reading, but I mean, when you seen that up at the top of it, this comic magazine, that was something he did and thought up sticking up there. Well, I mean, as
Oh,
a
the
kid,
world's greatest.
you believe that, yeah, it's the world's greatest comic magazine. I got to check this out,
Yeah.
So,
Well, it was at one time the best comic Marvel was putting out, and it was their flagship comic.
yeah,
Everything spun out from that. In the first issue of Spider-Man, he tries to join the Fantastic Four, and because they're trying to get you to buy Spider-Man because the Fantastic Four is on the cover. It's ironic that now the Fantastic Four is considered like yeah by the public because of the movies that have been made. Um, and
yeah, that was my first book that really got me into comics was the Fantastic Four.
yeah, what got me into superhero comics was the Marvel Treasury Edition 2 with the
Yeah,
Fantastic Four. But I've been into horror monster comics before that.
yeah.
Um, but
We got Shannon, solid force
yeah,
man. Hey, Shannon.
oh yeah,
Meyer,
Shannon's watching. Meyer's watching. Yeah.
Kevin had a bad
Um,
Saturday. Sorry, Kevin.
yeah. Well, yeah. That's terrible. I'm just thinking maybe he could do the thing that comic book world does and punch cards and get people to
Yeah,
come in
hey,
and
it
buy
worked
more
for
stuff.
me. I mean, you get people like me going there, just to, redeem the card and get, $50 worth of books, and you end up spending like another almost $100 besides the card, So, yeah, I could
That
see
last
where that would
episode,
go ahead.
that last episode you put up where you showed the Wonder Woman uh, shocked at the Golden Age Wonder Woman in front of her. I was
Yeah.
thinking I've got that comic, and I keep meaning every episode I do, I keep saying I'm going to go upstairs and look through the Wonder Womans and see if I have a particular comic. That's what I'm referring to, but it always uh, ends before I can do it. But I didn't. I looked that up. I didn't realize that's like $100 book.
Yeah, yeah, it's gone up a lot. I mean, all those pretty girl covers like that are getting really pricey. I mean, there's a lot of like the variant covers and all that mess, but that one was just it was the regular cover, but
Yeah,
because Adam Hughes did it, I guess, and it was showed the
yeah.
golden age. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not really intentionally interrupting, but I'm on a slight delay or something. The
Oh, that's fine.
that is that when Adam Hughes started in comics with the Wonder Woman covers?
No, I think he was in some other DC stuff before that. I think he worked on, was it Justice League or Justice Society or one of those titles he
Okay.
did some work in and did some covers and stuff. And I think he was with one of the smaller companies like Innovation or somebody like that before.
Yeah.
There's somebody in the audience that knows better than me, like Mr. Eric Breen there.
Well, I don't remember what era was that. Was that the 2000s? That Adam Hughes cover? Was that that was the
It's
90s,
probably
wasn't it?
late. That was, yeah, probably in the early 2000s. I think that there he goes. He said it. Hughes did Maze Agency in the late 80s. Okay, so he's been doing it for a little while. So those Wonder Woman covers, Eric, when were they done? When did he do those? Was that in the early 2000s?
Yeah. You see, the thing is, I I can place eras in comics and movies easily and things that were happening
Mm-hmm.
in the world because I just happened to start first grade in 1971 and second grade in 72, 73. So I know exactly where I was living and what grade I was in all through school when certain comics came out. And then college. I know what was happening during college and all the, but then once I started working, from the 90s on, it's all kind of a blur. Also, the fact that we moved a lot. When I was a
Yeah.
kid, I can place, okay, I bought that comic in San Antonio. I bought that one in Tacoma, that one in Hampton, Virginia. Like, so it's like I've got a sharp memory of the extreme past, and the last several decades are a blur. And then it just, I don't know at what point. It's like in the mid 80s, things seemed to be really interesting in comics. And with Watchmen and Dark Knight and Crisis on Infinite Earths. And then it seemed like great. And then I started to realize what I thought was great is messed everything up, because now all this stuff I loved, it's now a different thing because of Crisis. And then everyone started to make dark stories just because Dark Knight was dark, and
Yeah.
everyone wanted to imitate Watchmen.
In the
And
Watchmen, yeah, they got real serious there at one time. Comics
I
did.
just, yeah, and then the 90s just was a glut of so much stuff, and the art got real. There were some issues. There was an issue of Spider-Man that I used to have out in the classroom that someone gave me. They bought it for $0.25. And I looked at it, and I guess it was from the worst part of the 90s. And
Mm.
the art was so bad that there were students in the 7th, 8th grade that could have drawn better than that. It got so bad. And I don't know what happened to these people that I loved. I thought, like Jim Shooter was this genius teenage 14-year-old kid writing the Legion of Superheroes comics. And then he was like the guy also responsible for what was that called? The New Direction, where they
Yeah.
started writing comics about football players and trucks and stuff. It's like, what is this? People say some of those are really good, but at the time it just looked like a bunch of garbage. And then
And I
also, I
guess,
don't know where.
Go ahead.
What? I was just everything started to let me down. And it wasn't really. You could put it to the 80s, but then I could go back to the 70s when it's like, wow, we've got a Spider-Man TV show coming on. It's like, great. I tune it in, and it's nothing like the comic. And then the whole TV show's okay, but then
Yeah.
it just seemed like I was being let down then in the late 70s. And then Marvel started doing all these merchandising things, and some of them were good, like Micronauts and ROM. And it's just like they're doing all these toy comics. And
Yeah.
it's something how, I never really read at the time that was coming out the G.I. Joe comic, because I was in college when that was coming out, and I liked the old GI Joes. I didn't like the little tiny figures. I don't know. It just seems like you could say I grew up, but I think they changed, because that's just I still love the early stuff. And the
Yeah.
stuff before I was born. It's not like I'm nostalgic because it's before I was born.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess, if you were a young person and you were reading Spider-Man for the first time and you picked one off the newsstand, it was a Mark Begley or Todd McFarlane doing the art. I guess
Yeah,
you would like that and get used to it and stuff, because that's what you were used to and that's what you would know. But me, myself, when I was seeing that stuff on the shelf and I compared it to like John Romita, I was like, this is terrible. It's terrible art.
yeah, right. That's how I felt, and
And I couldn't get into it for that reason, I guess,
I think sometimes what would if I was a kid today, or if I was a kid in the 90s, what would I get into? Would I get into Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards like I did to wacky packages? I don't think I would. I think I wouldn't, because the kid that I was then and the things I was interested in then, it's what I love now. I know I wouldn't if I was, whenever Harry Potter was coming out, I don't think I would have gotten into Harry Potter if I was a kid. I don't think that would have interested me. But I think that if I was a kid in the 90s or if I was a kid now, I would discover the old stuff that I discovered when I was a kid. I would find that.
Yeah.
Just like when I was a kid, I found the old time radio shows and the stuff from when my dad was a kid, and I've found singers in the 1940s that I could talk to my dad about from World War II era. I somehow I know that I think that I would be smart enough, and there are kids that discover all that stuff and or into certain eras
and yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know.
that generation is ending. I mean, because like when you were a kid and when I was a kid, I mean, your parents and your dad and mom and stuff, they like certain programs that they watched and you were watching too as a kid, and you kind of enjoyed, I guess, a little bit. And now that you see them, old and in reruns and stuff, when you're older, you appreciate them and you still like them. I do anyway. And I guess kids today, they don't really care about anything like that, as far as old TV programs and things like that. Uh, you know, uh, just I think it's just a difference in the generations. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I just know there are people then that are younger that just that didn't know about the old stuff, but when
Yeah,
they discover it, they love it. And now there's not as much excuse to not discover the old stuff because everything's completely available to you through the internet. So if you're around today with all the horrible music and comics and everything coming out today, you should. It doesn't take much investigation to find the old stuff, and if you can't appreciate the old stuff, then that's just a problem with their taste. But
yeah.
um, I don't know. But
I was just in here
things.
messing around in the comic book room
I
today,
was
and
watching Maya's video last.
go ahead.
Oh no, you talk. You're in the comic room doing what?
I was just in here messing around, cleaning stuff up from last Wednesday's show with Graphic Man and putting stuff away. And I thought I'd see if anybody was on there. I hadn't seen no videos from you in a couple of days. I was starting to get worried. I was like, man, I hope he's all right. Hope everything's going okay for him.
Yeah, well, I did one, Friday? Yesterday, I mean, things are kind of bleak because of the financial situation.
Right.
So, and there's a lot of things like that going on. But so I was hoping
Missing
I could.
Mars. He says he's wanting to buy some of your duplicates. Was you going to sell some of your?
Yeah, it says, would you
stuff
be
you
up
had
for
too of?
randomly picking? I don't know if he's talking to me here. I think he's been saying this to me for a while. Would you be up for randomly picking comics from the 60s and 70s? No, he might be talking to Gotham City here.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
he says it's the same for you. Yeah, he's been saying, like, make a $50 grab bag with random $5 books. I say I wouldn't want to sell anything from the 60s and 70s to make
Right.
it. See, I have nothing from then, so I'd be up for your professional picks. Well, if I've got duplicates from man, I don't think I have much duplicates from there, but there might. I don't know. It's hard for me to do that even when I'm starving. And I think, well, I need to just sell this. I kind of don't really care about New Mutants '98. It's an ugly looking comic.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed the Deadpool movies, but I've honestly never read a Deadpool comic. I don't.
I really like
No,
the movies, but I'm like you. I've never read one of the comics, so I can't comment other than I don't like Rob Liefeld's artwork. So
yeah. Um,
the stories might be fantastic,
so,
but yeah,
um, but I'm thinking, if I was to sell that for $300, it would really help us out right now. But
yeah,
I think that would ultimately be possibly a foolish decision because I look at the Overstreet price guide, that first one I got from 1976, and I see Amazing Fantasy in like near mint is $75. And I'm thinking that may
right,
be one of those things where you regret it, like Buddy Saunders when he was first starting his comic business as a teenager, sold Fantastic Four #1 a couple of months after it came out, but for like 50 cents or something, or 25 cents. I mean, he doubled his money and he thought it was great in 1962 or 63. But
mhm,
if he'd held on to it, but you could always,
right,
I don't know, say that about anything. I don't know that there's going to be a future for. I mean, it's great to buy these comics because you love them and you're protecting them and guaranteeing they go on. But if there are no kids buying comics, there's not going to be a market, and it may not matter. But at some point, your family will wind up with the books that you have, and what will
exactly.
happen
That's
to
what's
them?
going to happen to me.
What's
And
that?
like I said before, I wouldn't care if they weren't worth anything. Actually, I'd
Right.
prefer that if comic
Yeah.
books weren't worth nothing, maybe a
Right.
dollar a piece or something like that. That would be perfect in my world because then I could get everything I wanted and be able to read it and have it, I wouldn't care if it wasn't worth anything. I'm not going to sell it anymore, anyways. I have sold books in the past and I've always regretted it, so.
Yeah.
That being said,
Yeah.
I do have some duplicates that I sell at some of the shows and stuff. So
Yeah.
I keep them.
Duplicates. I've got to make sure it's like if it, oh man, the things I have duplicates of, usually it's by accident.
Hmm.
Um, and then there's some things I have duplicates of that I really I guess I wouldn't mind. But the thing is, if I've got a really good condition copy of something, and then I've got one that's kind of beat up, but it was my childhood copy, I don't want to sell either one of them
Yeah,
because the comics that was your actual childhood copy, I don't like.
I could
See, I
understand
grew up
that. Yeah.
collecting. Man Bear Pig says I grew up collecting in the 80s and 90s with the weird and extreme stuff of Kelly Jones, Sam Keith, Dale Keown, etc. I enjoy it. Also, I enjoy the older stuff from before I started collecting. I wish you guys would come on and we could all have like
Yeah.
a 4-color fossil session because this is hard in my eyes reading all this. Yeah, come on. I put. Um, let's see where. Oh, where the heck am I? Oh,
Yep.
There's another Man Bear Pig. What I really despise is some of the modern artists whose stuff looks so lifeless, like they're only looking at one of those 3D models to draw everything. I'll take the extreme of the boring. Yeah, that's a lot of that computer-looking stuff that's in the new comics. Eric Green says the original Deadpool ongoing series 9703 was good. Deadpool hadn't yet become a conduit for any writer who thought he was funny. That's a problem. People thinking they're funny.
Yeah.
The Deadpool Merc with a Mouth 12-issue series was also good. The other 365,091 Deadpools, not so much. I can come on in a few minutes in the middle of something currently.
All right.
This is everyone that's involved in this is like currently watching. So I want to let's see, talk about something real quick. Okay, so I I was brushing my teeth listening to comic book memories, and Shannon showed
Hmm.
a 1984 magazine from Warren, And I couldn't see it. I was listening to them talk, but then I heard them reading the chat and someone saying something about 1984, and so I thought I better get on there and warn people not to buy that magazine. And so I put a comment there, and then I rewound a little bit and I realized, oh no, it was Shannon that showed it, and then someone in the chat was just complimenting. So I put this comment. It's like, oh, that magazine's deplorable, like some Hillary Clinton kind of garbage, some word like that, whatever. And then Man Bear Pig did a video later on. He says, I just ordered a whole stack of them from eBay because if Groucho Orloff says that magazine's too extreme, it must be great. And so he's probably already gotten them from eBay unless they're really slow. And
well, I will say one thing. They had Gita, that story that Frank Thorne did about the Red Sonja knockoff.
Yeah.
I was kind of a fan of that, but
here's the deal. Let's see. I come on here, but I have a family function at 4. Okay. I don't know if I qualify as fossil. Everyone's a fossil. 4 color freaks. We'll call it that. You qualify as a freak. And then last night, Meyer was showing the first issue of 1984, which I don't think I own it. I don't think I do. But he's saying this must be the issue he's talking about, because here, this Wally Wood story, they have R, the word 4-letter word starts with R, and Hobbit type characters being stabbed and stuff. And you flip through the magazine, it looks beautiful. The Frank Thorne art, the Wally Wood art. I have a Wally Wood Disney poster hanging in the other room. It's not that I'm a prude. It's not that I used to take dates to see the midnight, because Dawn of the Dead played every weekend at the Forum 303 Mall Theater, all for decades, as their midnight movie. So I was taking out a girl, that would be like one of the first dates, to take her to Dawn of the Dead to see if she was cool enough. Just completely insane dating practices. But it's not that I mind violence or nudity. The problem with 1984, 1994 was the editor despised the reader. He probably hated heavy metal. He was told to make a heavy metal type magazine. I don't remember who it was. Was it Archie Goodwin? I don't remember. Whoever it was,
you could be right. Yeah.
What he did, it was not like creepy, eerie Vampirella. He must have looked at heavy metal and said, I just need to turn up everything to 11. And I need to make it really, and that's not a problem. Give me extreme gore, all the Wally Wood kind of stuff. I love it, Red Sonja, like an R or NC-17 Red Sonja, basically was what that was. But that wasn't what got me, because when I look back at it now, I realize what it was. It was that it was insulting. If you read it, if you flip through it, which is what a lot of people do, they just look at, and don't read it, then it's, wow, this magazine's insane. It looks great. If you read it, it's like insulting to you. It's like watching Thor Love and Thunder. It's like they're thumbing their nose at you. You're a moron. And what he would do is he would demand that the artist or the writers put as much foul language in as possible, because they figure that'll appeal to these 14, 15-year-old morons. And so he took what the beautiful art, you could take beautiful art like Jack Kirby would deliver to Stan Lee, and then Stan Lee could put in some dialogue that enhances it and makes it better and takes it to the next level. Or you could take this beautiful art and you could destroy it by changing the words and changing the whole meaning that the artist intended. And I think some of that art was altered. I think some of those stories came from Europe. I think there was like an Indiana Jones type character in 1984, 1994, and they altered it and, took clothes off of characters, just kind of like they did in Erie Publications. But mainly it was just that it was so insulting to the reader. It was so stupid. It was like, I love the Heavy Metal movie, but remember there was a story in Heavy Metal called "So Beautiful, So Dangerous, Yet So Dangerous" or something, where this globe
Yeah.
spaceship comes down. Just I don't remember the name of the artist, but it's beautiful. And they took that storyline and they turned it into a Cheech and Chong 5-minute cartoon in the Heavy Metal movie, where these aliens are going around snorting the carpet like Hunter Biden and just going nosedive, yeah, dude. And it's like, but they had actual. You could tell that at some point they had beautiful paintings of the ship coming down, just like it was in the magazine. I don't know if anyone even knows what I'm talking about, but that particular issue, I don't even real feel comfortable talking about it on YouTube. But there's it's a cannibalism story, that one with the brown, I don't know, and they're like eviscerating infants. They're like cutting them open. They're eating them. They have them hanging from hooks. It's
Wow.
horrible. But they're aliens, because you see in some of the pictures that they've got big alien eyes. But it just looks like you just see these babies hanging from hooks with blood dripping down. It's beautifully drawn, but it's like,
Yeah.
I remember as a 14, 15-year-old looking at that. How old would I have been? About that age. It's just, the magazine just really. And the other thing about that magazine is what drove Richard Corbin away from Warren, because he was doing a story called Mutant World, and the editor changed all his dialogue to make it, stupid, so that the readers, because he figured the readers were stupid. And Richard Corbin said, "I'm not working for Warren anymore." So it was just another one of those things. It was just one gut punch after another. Marvel starting to do all these toy comics, and then Warren goes bad and then goes out of business or whatever, and then DC goes dark and brings in Lobo and all this stuff. It's not that I minded the gore and all of that stuff. It was because
They
all of
were
that was
kind of,
in the
like you
original
said,
Warren
talking
book.
down to the readers and stuff. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
could.
don't like being talked down to. I don't like being talked down to, and I don't like being preached to, which is what they do in these movies now.
Yeah.
Um, they're preaching to you, or that last Ant-Man movie, in the first 30 seconds they start talking about global warming, and then
Yeah.
it's like one thing after the other. Okay, then they have to cuck the original Ant-Man. Oh, that's another thing. I just remembered that Jim Shooter, who I loved in his early period as a kid writing Legion of Superheroes, he's the guy that allowed that Ant-Man slapping the Wasp a bit. That's ridiculous. I'm all for heroes having flaws, but not beating their wives. I don't.
Yeah. I didn't much care for that
Apparently,
story
apparently in
either.
the I'm I'm keep talking over you.
No, it's all right. I'm sorry. I've got like a delay or something, but yeah, I didn't much care for that storyline either. Did I lose you, Gratu? Yeah, that whole
Well, I
storyline that they
understand
did.
that he was like flailing. I'd heard that the artist drew. He was flailing his arms around and accidentally hit her because he was upset. But then when they wrote the dialogue in the Marvel method, they made it where it was an intentional slap of her, and it wasn't originally intended to be that. And then they just let it stand, and because it's like, oh, it's too late to go back and correct it before it goes to the printers. I think that was a bad call, even though he's a character that no one cared about and never sold. um, I just don't like that stuff. Um, so I don't know. I can be hypocritical. I still look at it as it's supposed to be a children's medium, and to me, it's fun and funny to see the pre-code stuff get it so extreme, because you realize this is a bunch of insane mob guys putting this stuff out, and they're actually selling this to kids. It really is insane, and it's kind of funny, but because it was just they just, but in a way, they did go too far. Those stories were wonderful, though. They were well written. I mean, EC went real far. Their imitators went much farther, but EC was well written. But
Yeah.
1984, 1994 was not. I mean, if you say creepy was Warren's Tales from the Crypt, 1984 was not their weird science or weird fantasy. It was just in the gutter.
Yeah.
And then if you go on mycomicshop.com, they even warn you in the description how sleazy it is.
Hmm.
But I don't know. They had good artists, I have to admit.
Yeah. Yeah. They did have some good artists in it, but
But I don't want people thinking I'm just like I can't. It's just that it was too gory. Man Bear Pig. What did you think of when you got it? Did you read those stories? I wasn't really trying to pump up sales. I guess that's a good way to do it. I'm starting to realize how you market things. I should probably market the TV show I've been trying to sell as something just horrible, and then everyone will order it. It's like you really don't want this. It's just you won't. It'll just make you sick, guys. All of a sudden I'll get all these orders.
you've never seen
Uh,
anything like that, right?
sell it like a Herschel Gordon Lewis movie. I'm looking at that story now. It's called The Crop. I see what you're talking about. Oh, you got that issue, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that's the main thing that was in my mind. And oh well, I mean, it's like, well, I don't know. But I just but see the thing about 1984, you can say, well, it's an adult magazine, but I was there. I was okay. Uh, I was probably 16, 15, 16 years old. It, I guess, but that magazine easily could have been sold to 12-year-olds. It looked no different from anything. It was on the lower shelf with the creepy Eries, with Mad, with Cracked. Those comic magazines were on the lower shelf. Up on the top shelf, I mean, we don't even have magazine stands anymore, but for those of you that could possibly be younger, the top shelf is where you had Time, you had Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report. Then you had another section, for women, and but they didn't. At least the stores I went to did not. They just thought that all of that, they would sell an issue of Creepy to a third grader, no problem. I mean, some stores might, some of the covers, maybe sometimes I remember getting a look or they kind of say something. Like when I was buying National Lampoon, how old was I when I was buying those?
I was going to ask
Some of
you,
the covers were.
uh, how old were you, and where did you buy most of your books at when you were a kid?
Of books,
Yeah,
particular type.
like you said, National Lampoon, Mad, Monster magazines, comics.
Okay.
Where'd you get most of
Well,
those at?
as a kid,
Yeah,
usually I was okay when I was first buying comics, living in Germany. So there was the PX, but there was a separate store in Heidelberg where we lived to the left of the PX, and it was just a bookstore, and they had a big magazine stand that went the entire length of the store, like you'd see in a Barnes and Noble. Now it's like where you don't even know there were still that many magazines being made, and all the comics were displayed like magazines. They weren't on a spinner rack. Um, that whole time that I was living in Germany, you'd see the full cover in front of you. And that's where they had Famous Monsters and Mad and Cracked and all that. Then when we moved to San Antonio, usually I was buying them at the PX, and they were on a were they on a they were on a rack, like a wall rack. The comics were. Um, Yeah, and then the magazines were next to them. But in San Antonio, I would also go to convenience stores like Stop and Go. Oh well, no, we lived in Virginia in between. So for 1 year, I lived in Virginia, and then I don't ever remember going to the PX when we lived in Virginia. We would go to a bookstore in the neighborhood, and it was amazing. And they had all the Warren books, everything, and the comics were on a spinner rack there for sure.
Yeah.
It's just yeah, just convenience stores and the PX until then we moved to San Antonio. Then we moved to Tacoma, Washington, and then but in the summer of '77, when the comic store Lone Star Comics opened, then everything was they weren't on spinner racks in the comic store. They were on racks where they would get no damage from kids thumbing through to see what was back behind the books. But when I first saw National Lampoon, I was in second grade and I was at the PX, the Base Exchange, and I was looking at comics, and I saw this magazine with a cartoon cover, and it seems like someone had been stabbed and there was blood, and then someone was slipping on the blood and falling down, and everyone was laughing because the person was falling at this crime scene. And it was a violence issue. And I flipped through it. I didn't know what the word lampoon meant. So I saw National Lampoon. I thought it was a news magazine or something like
Right.
the National, but it had a cartoon cover. So that attracted my attention. I flipped through it, and there was a fake comic book inside of it called Kit and Caboodle. Know this story?
I don't know that one.
You know what I'm talking about? Oh, okay.
I've not seen that one. No.
Do you have much National Lampoon?
Not that many. I probably got 6-8 issues of it or something like that.
I think that it would be something that would appeal to you. I mean, what do you have, like Frazetta issues and stuff?
No, just stuff that I've kind of just like fell into over the years. Like this was a later issue from '84 or something like that, So.
Oh, those were bad. That's after the original people had all gone or fallen off cliffs or whatever happened to them. One of the main guy actually did fall off a cliff in Hawaii.
Oh wow!
He was probably poked out of his head, but the actual source, the reason for death was falling. Okay, so National Lampoon did perfect parodies. If they were doing a parody of a Marvel comic, it looked like a Marvel comic, and they brought in artists, Russ Heath, or if they're doing a parody of a Batman or a comic, they brought in, someone like Neil Adams, or pretty much. I mean, they looked real, and so, the only real National Lampoon movie was the first one. Animal House, and that had actual people from the magazine putting that together, which is why the movie looks like 1962. Vacation it was based on a story that had been in the magazine. Of course, in the magazine, they're going to Disneyland in the 50s, and right. I think Walt Disney gets killed at the end instead of, they're all riding a roller coaster, all happy together at the end. It was a dark, evil magazine. I don't know. Okay, so I'll give myself full screen. This is what I saw as a 7-year-old, is this, which is made to look a parody of a Dell comic. It's called Kit and Caboodle, right? So it's like a Tom and Jerry. He's taking these, he's grinding the mice up, and then one of the mice is handing him a stick of dynamite. But and this is where the itchy and scratchy stuff in the Simpsons.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's kind of like an itchy and scratchy thing.
yeah, it's extreme stuff.
Wow.
So I'm seeing this as a second grader thing. What is this? Of course, I wasn't able to buy it, but um, and then but um, so it's missing legs.
Oh wow.
Um, but see the
Wow.
and then they did a parody of Thor, but they made it Jesus, and I think that so that is where Itchy and Scratchy comes from. The Son of Satan comic that Marvel put out, I'm pretty sure, is from the guys at Marvel, the younger guys looking at National Lampoon and this. I mean, it was the magazine is and when I as a 12-year-old, Lone Star Comics, when they opened in the summer of '77, they would sell me National Lampoons. So I got a lot of my old National Lampoons going back to 1970 from Lone Star Comics. The owner didn't sell them to me, but the younger guys that worked there, that the
They
old
didn't
comic
care, right?
nerds from the '70s, they all look like Roy Thomas with the straight
Yeah.
hair. They weren't cool looking hippies, like Jim Morrison that has the
Yeah.
mane of hair. The comic nerd hippies, their hair was always straight down with the John
Right.
Lennon glasses. This is get myself full screen again. There's tons of comic parodies in National Lampoon, and they put out special editions that were all the comic parodies. But anyway, this is the front cover where
Oh wow.
and it's Neil Adams art. Let's see if they have the whole. This is another issue. They had. It seems like every issue of National Lampoon had a comic parody, but I think a lot of people into comics aren't really aware of. Oh, this is the special origin issue. Oh no! I mean,
Oh
it's
god.
it's kind of blasphemous, but there's a VW bug there at the stable because I guess he's being born again today. I don't know, but yeah, National Lampoon. The thing about it is it was far more extreme than 1984 and 1994 ever were. So why do I like National Lampoon? It didn't talk down to the reader. It was very intelligent. Um, in fact, Saturday Night Live is still going today, a million years later, because for a few years it was funny. And I
Yeah.
don't even think it's been funny really much since 1980, maybe in the years when Eddie Murphy came in for a
Yeah.
while, but the original cast was pretty much all taken from the National Lampoon Radio Hour or from their stage productions because they started to diversify into other media. And they've got the writer, Michael O'Donoghue, one of the main writers. They got John Belushi, Gilda Radner, Bill Murray, Bill Murray's brother, Brian Doyle Murray. Christopher Guest was one of the best. He later came on Saturday Night Live in the '80s when it wasn't very good. Um, Only people that weren't stolen from National Lampoon were like Dan Aykroyd and uh, um, Garrett Morris, maybe. So yeah, National Lampoon's a fun magazine. Let's see what people are saying here. Man, okay, what is Man Bear Pig saying? I'm looking at the story now. It's called The Crop. Oh, I thought it said The Crap. That's what you're. Okay, they should have called it The Crap. Eight, eight. Remember getting? Oh, eight. He was eight. Getting. Remember getting looks a lot when buying some of this stuff. Yeah, he was. You were talking about that on your show last night. That buying Vampirella. Yeah, my local comic shop, LCS as you call it, keeps adult horror comics up high. Yeah, there was. There's a San Antonio person. Shout out from San Antonio, Texas, Mr. Snowcone. I don't know, Mr.
All right.
Snowcone must be a new person. Make sure you subscribe, Mr. Snowcone.
Yes, maybe
I
a
need to
new
go look up.
subscriber. There you go.
Huh?
Maybe a
Yeah, I
new
need to.
subscriber.
Yeah, and it sounds like someone I want to subscribe to.
Yes.
Uh, you
All
know,
right.
in the 80s, no, 90s, they started putting out some insane stuff. There were back rooms in most comic stores. Lone Star never had one, but there were enough
Yeah.
comics coming out that were perverse that they had a back room.
Yeah, there was like almost
Um,
pornographic
oh,
comic books coming out at one time there. I mean, there was a lot of wild
oh yeah,
stuff, that
yeah. It
yeah, I
was
would have
even
been,
more extreme than the underground comic movement.
yeah.
What was the one? I think I was talking about it with John Goris. It was like a Wolverine kind of character. He had long claws, but it was
Uh,
unbelievably gory. I think his
Faust?
head.
Was it Faust?
Faust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would buy Faust comics. So it's not that 1990, but Faust was not as, it didn't talk down to the reader.
Yeah.
Although I'm not really sure how much I really read of Faust. I may have just bought him because it's like, this looks insane. I don't even know if I ever actually sat down and read Faust. I just probably might have just looked at the pictures. He says, I'm new,
All
but
right.
the idea sounds cool. What idea sounds cool? So, the idea of, wait, I'm losing track. Sorry. Uh, great, great show today, by the way. Thank you, Meyer. Faust, Man, Bear, Pig. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. There's a collected hardcover coming of Faust. Okay. Um, yeah, how long did that go on? That guy has to be in prison now. I can't believe.
He went crazy and murdered somebody with some Wolverine claws. I don't know.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of what the most extreme gore comics have been. I mean, there's one out now, Red Room, that's pretty much kind of like Faust was, isn't it?
I'm not
I bought
familiar
some
with it.
issues of. Oh, Red Room. I was buying that before I moved and there were no comic stores anymore. Well, there's a show on YouTube with two young guys, probably in their 30s, and I'm trying to remember what it's called now. Someone is going to tell me in the chat. It's they talk about comics and comics history, and both of them are comics artists. One guy is the guy that does those big tabloid kind of books that tell the entire history of. One was the Hulk and one was Fantastic Four. Do you know what I'm talking about? Well, they go through everything that's ever happened to the Hulk in like 2 issues.
Okay.
Uh,
I think I've seen that. Yeah. I've not
and they
really.
okay, that's one of the guys. The other guy is kind of more of a guy that's done comic book history of the entire history of hip hop music. But he's the guy that does Red Room, which is an ultra gory comic. The covers kind of have the layout of an EC cover. I'm sure some. Oh, there it is. Cartoonist kayfabe. That's what it's
Okay.
called. They're called
Yeah.
kayfabe on YouTube. I'm sure you've seen them.
Yeah, I
Um,
have.
but one
It's a
of them
good
does a
show.
real
Yeah.
Ed Piskor. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, he's a cool guy. Um, and but yeah, he does a pretty extreme comic.
Yeah. Some of the,
Um,
I think it was Meyer was saying that sometimes you felt kind of funny when you came out of a shop and you were going up to pay for something like that.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
you would be
Especially if the yeah.
almost a little
Um,
embarrassed,
right.
especially if the attendant was a female or something.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Which is I hate one thing I hate about the modern world is also something I love about the modern world is that Well, I don't like the scanners in comics in supermarkets. I don't like seeing, oh, there's one less human clerk this week. They put in another machine where you have to scan your own groceries. Because I figure it's better to have actual human beings employed. But on the other hand, when it comes to magazines, especially in a supermarket where in a comic store, they've been trained or they get schooled really quickly by insane comic collectors or the owner. It's like you go to a comic store, oh, this one looks good, and they start flipping through it, but of course they flip through it like that, and do this kind of thing to it.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about? That's how normal people, normies, I guess is what the term on YouTube, when they flip through magazines, they do that. And then the book is forever going to have this indentation till, 40 years later, someone invents ironing comics. What do they call it?
Pressing. Yes.
What's the word? Press.
Yeah.
Anyway, but usually that's another term. It'll be a color break. I don't like, it's like, I don't want people handling my books, my paper things. So of course, supermarkets don't have magazines hardly anymore, but if they ever do, I could I'll go through the one that doesn't have a person, and I'll run it through myself and make sure it's not damaged. Comic stores, you didn't have to worry about that. But, sometimes, it seems like there were a couple of times that I brought a magazine up to the counter and they kind of flipped through it. It's like, what am I selling to this kid? Because Warren could go pretty far with their covers sometimes, especially Vampirella. And they could, but some of the others, Creepy and Eerie, they could like sometimes do a cover. It's like insane. They mount something. But the Vampirella book, there was one Vampirella, the first Vampirella I got, I would have to, in second grade, I'd have to show books to my mother. And it's like, is it okay if I buy this? And then she'd say yes or no. She flipped through a Vampirella and let me buy it.
Yeah.
And then when I read it, there's a story where this woman's being stabbed to death, and not the Vampirella story, one of the ones in the back. It was it's like, gosh, I feel pretty guilty having this as a 7-year-old.
Right.
I was more interested in the ads in the back, actually. But that one didn't have a central focus on the cover. It was one of those covers where they cheaped out and used panels from the interior to for the cover.
Yeah.
So that you probably know exactly what issue that is just for me saying that.
Yeah, there were several of them.
They did that very often.
Yeah.
I'll look it up and see if I can find that one here.
Man Bear Pig says, just give a little wink to the female clerk when buying.
Oh, please. Oh, my gosh.
Let's see.
Well, he's probably wearing his Texas Chainsaw Massacre mask while he's buying it. But the Vampirella strip in the Warren was interesting. Have you ever seen the documentary about Jose Gonzalez on YouTube?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I seen where you had seen it on your channel and recommended it. Yeah. And I looked it up after that and watched it. Yeah. It was great. I mean, because you got to see them doing the artwork and stuff like that. But then it was kind of sad seeing how some of that stuff ended up, in just dumpsters and stuff,
Oh, yeah. It was certainly not. I think I mentioned it's a depressing story. Don't get too excited. Because I think the whole reason it was done was because he had just committed suicide or died.
I think so. Yeah, I think he
or he had just passed away, and the guy had intended to they could interview him, and then he passed away before he could do that. So he did a whole documentary just talking to other people that knew him, kind of like Citizen Kane. This is the one that my mother let me buy here.
Oh yeah.
And see, I don't think she saw that part there with the guy with the knife, and I don't think she wasn't on her A game that day as far as detecting offensive material. I don't know. Of course, the issue right before it doesn't even have Vampirella on the cover. That's weird. It's the one where the guy's cut off a lion's head.
Oh yeah, yeah. I never did like that cover, but that was probably one of his. Gonzalez.
Yeah. Well, there for a while. There for several subsequent issues. It's like Vampirella wasn't on the cover. I remember that one around the same time.
Yeah.
This is one of the classic covers. I remember seeing that on the newsstand.
Oh yeah.
But the one I really remember seeing very distinctively on the newsstand was, it's all going to be right around the same time, because I only lived in Virginia for a year, was this cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that one.
Well, she's got a wooden stake, so she's going to stab him in the heart because he's a vampire. So
yeah, but see, she's a vampire too. They're like having, it's like on cops when they get called to a domestic squabble. That's kind of what's going on here. These guys are showing up to kill the vampires, and they're trying to kill each other. Well, he didn't fold the towels right or something. Yeah, well, I don't know. That issue of Vampirella that we both bought because the cover was really cool a few months ago.
Yeah.
I flipped through it, and they've drawn Vampirella with pointy elf ears and stuff. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, I really just kind of don't even pay attention to those anymore unless something like that, where it's just an outstanding cover. And that cover looked like it could have been on the front of a Warren magazine, actually. I mean, it was a good cover. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it did. It's just like, why can't they get that artist to do the interior? But then they still have the bad writing because they don't seem to be writing the same character that was in these comics back then.
My mom back in the day would pretty much let me get whatever comic books I wanted, and stuff. I wasn't buying that many like Monster Mags and Vampirellas and stuff when I was a smaller kid. But now I did send away one time for a Pacific Comics catalog to buy comics, right? Because when I was real young, we didn't have any comic shops around. I mean, if you wanted back issues, you had to buy through the mail with Robert Bell or somebody like that.
Yeah.
And so I sent off and got a Pacific Comics catalog. But now when I got it, it had the Frank Frazetta cover on it, right?
That's National Lampoon cover. Did you know that?
I did not. And so Mom seen that, and of course she was nude at the time.
Yeah.
The cover
of
this was.
My internet's
and she's like, my mom says, "What are you getting in the mail anyway? What are you reading?" And I was real embarrassed about it. And I ended up drawing a bra and stuff on her.
Oh, you drew that on, yeah.
Yeah, I added that because I was kind of embarrassed, that I'd got that in the mail. So when I got home from school one day, that was waiting on me, and Mom was asking me, "What are you getting anyway? What is this stuff?"
Boy.
And I was like, it's just comic books, but it was a beautiful Frank Frazetta painting there that, she was totally nude on the top. So I ended up having to do some artwork to it myself.
Did they send that in an envelope through the mail or like that?
They folded it actually and stapled it. And it was like see if I can still, it was creased in the middle. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And it's got a staple right there where it was stapled.
I see.
And you can see they sent it to my old address back then.
Oh,
But I mean,
y-
it was
yeah.
just what had some really cool stuff in it. It had things like this. There's the order sheet. You could get
Were
like
they
posters
selling
of.
that?
I'm sorry.
Were they selling that original Frazetta painting? Is that why they had it on the cover?
They had posters and excuse me, posters and things like that you could buy. It's kind of coming apart on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
all right. Yeah, that was. Oh yeah.
and it had some of his original art and things like that, or not
Yeah.
original art, but posters of his work and paintings and things. And then it had comic books also. You could order. Let's see. Yeah, this is some creepy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Little Warren creepy magazines. And
So she opened it up, and
yeah, she opened it up and checked it out to make sure I wouldn't buy nothing real perverse. But now she did see some of the more Frank Frazetta stuff inside and was like, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure if you should be buying stuff like this. I was like, Mom, I was just getting the comics. I didn't know all that was going to be with it, but yeah, I thought it was kind of funny now that I look back at it.
Yeah, except it's the stuff that you're forbidden to buy or watch when you're a kid that sticks with you your whole life. It's the thing.
The forbidden
So I
fruit.
think why I'm still into all the monster stuff, and my mom didn't like me watching the Three Stooges and reading Dennis the Menace comics either because she thought I'd pick up bad grammar from it. This is an issue of National Lampoon with the Frazetta cover.
Okay.
And that one is worth getting. It has a parody of Tarzan called Tarzan of the Cows. It's their adventure issue. That's from April 71.
So the early stuff from the 1970s, early 70s, I'm guessing, is the better stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't get anything past 1980 if possible.
Okay.
This one has a really great Mad parody that really looks like Mad inside. I can show you some covers that. Here's another cover from June of 72 for Zeta cover, an alien.
Oh, okay.
Jesus on Mars.
Wow.
That's another one that would not go over well with parents.
Right. Yeah, I live in the Bible Belt, so yeah, that would not go over good here.
Oh yeah, I did too. Yeah, their most famous cover. This is the most famous cover they ever did, though.
Right. I remember that one. Yeah.
I think that with your taste, that this would be a magazine that would really appeal to you. This is the front cover. This is what I saw at that PX. That I'll get myself full screen for a second. The National Lampoon that had that Tom and Jerry parody. It's like this woman slipping on the blood. There's dead on the cement. That's the violence issue.
Who was the artist there? Do you know?
Oh, I think his name is Rodriguez. Yeah, Charles Rodriguez. He was their artist that I think he did there's a real famous I think they put out a whole book of his art. He was kind of famous for his sick humor. He did one, I think it was him, where these people are in a French restaurant and they're eating frogs' legs and this frog is coming out from the kitchen on those little wheeled boards that that World War I veterans would get around on.
Oh,
Not a
man.
wheelchair, but just a little board with wheels. And looking up,
Right.
they're real sad at them. This is a great issue, though. This one here called Modern Times. It's all about the future is seen from the past. It's a 1973 issue. That's a great one. It's really funny. I mean, that's the thing, is the magazine was funny. This is the one that's where yours came from. This
Okay.
issue of National Lampoon from August 73. And my comic shop says update image settings, because they apparently you have to click to see extreme stuff. This is a great one. You can see what a great job they do with showing the art of the past. It's like one of the
Wow.
he's got the Axis, Hitler, and Tojo and Mussolini on the run. He's going to hit him with a pie because it says, "Let's laugh them off the map." I actually copied that for a project in junior high, except because I wanted to do we're studying World War II, and I did a poster to like showing World War II kind of art. So I copied from this National Lampoon cover, and it says, let me give myself full screen. I could show you the poster. I just saw it in the other room. It says, "Let's laugh them off the map." And the pie says, I'm pulling these up from mycomicshop.com. "Our greatest weapon, the American sense of humor." And it says, "They can't take a joke."
Did you get a good grade on that?
The pie to a hammer. But it's
Did you get a good grade on that?
Let me see. Maybe the grade's on it.
Okay.
And maybe the date's on it too. That'd be interesting. I took away all the humor of it by getting rid of the pie, but I don't know, that would have gone over well.
There you go, Mike, if you're still in here. Kind of weird. A British Disney magazine, or comic. Mm-hmm.
All right, here it is. It's like somebody stepped on it, and during the move, maybe.
Oh no!
It's all right.
Wow, you did a good
It's not
job.
like it's some priceless thing, but
you did an awesome job.
Kenneth Weiner, period 3. So I just put blood on a hammer, but I just copied it right from National Lampoon.
That's cool. You did a good job.
If it had been it would have been weird if it had been a teacher that actually was familiar with that original magazine cover, but it's all right. Yeah, that's all. Thanks to Lone Star Comics selling that. That would have been about 7th, 8th grade that I did that. So that's probably, man, it's probably not good to sell magazines like that to people at that age. It's because I don't know. I don't know. I love the magazine, but it's kind of questionable. Oh well. Yeah. Let's see what people are saying here. It's not a bad story, but the ears are stupid. It's not Vampirella the way we fossils know her. Oh, Eric must have actually read the story. I can't get past bad art. I always had that
Yeah.
problem. If it's got bad art, I can't read it. Um, truth, my mom didn't like me playing with toy guns. She would buy me anything but a BB gun. As soon as I was old enough, I joined the army. Yeah, that's not funny. That's sick. Yeah, he's the guy that. That's the name of the book. And there was a record that was put out called "That's Not Funny, That's Sick" with that on the cover, the frog thing.
Hmm.
Um, yeah,
None
I
of
don't
that
know.
was as bad as some of these, though. I mean,
Oh yeah, right. Hold on, let me give you full screen for that. Um, yeah, those never had nudity though. I mean, it's got
no, they
ridiculous
didn't.
cleavage. They amped up the gore, but kept clothing on. Yeah, that's that's insane. Um, yeah,
Yeah, some of them were just kind of weird.
yeah, those were bought from another source. Those weren't because I have found another science fiction painting like that and I found the original magazine it came from. I think some
Somebody
European source.
gave her stitches down there.
Yeah, she probably needs a few. All the monsters seem to hate each other.
Yeah, they don't get along, do they?
And then later on, they started making them all mechanical monsters. Instead of blood gushing out, they would have screws, bolts, and gears and stuff. Uh-oh, it's spilling out.
Somebody somebody set their milk down on it or something, you know. Soda pop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's another one that's from a European source. It's like, taken from the cover of a European science fiction magazine. Um,
Outer
I
space
could
creature
probably,
features. Yeah. So
yeah, when they don't have blood squirting everywhere, it's from some other source. Um, but they seem slightly more tasteful. Oops.
there's another foom.
Yeah, I think I have that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do. Um, when I Lone Star Comics opened, they would actually sell that in the store. They actually got ordered 10, 15 copies of every issue. Um,
Wow, I don't think anybody around here ever did anything like that. I would have loved to have found some more of these back in the day.
well, that was when they were coming out um,
Yeah,
in '77.
and stuff had a lot of the golden age things, and I guess they just got the rights to Kiss or something. Maybe
Yeah,
when they're
they're
doing that.
promoting that Kiss is coming, right?
Let's
Um,
see, whose magazine was this? Old Farm, New Jersey.
you ever you ever look up on the computer addresses when you have old books like that, just to
No,
see?
it's interesting, but I've never really taken the time to do it. But yeah, I could see that would be interesting to see where that was or who might have it or something where they lived at.
Yeah. Well, like they used to print kids' addresses when they wrote into Marvel Comics, and they printed their letter so other people could write to them. And I think it was in maybe the 8th issue of the Amazing Spider-Man. Um, Buddy Saunders, who would later create, oh yeah, Scream was a good magazine. Buddy Saunders had a letter printed in Spider-Man, and so I thought, well, I wonder where he lived. So I drove by, and his childhood home was really only a few blocks from the first location of the store. So he
Okay.
probably operated out of his house, and for a few years he became a school teacher. He was an art teacher, and this is that drawing I was telling you about, little frog looking up guiltily.
It's funny and sad too. Yeah.
Yeah, National Lampoon is great, or was great. Um, but it just seems like things have a certain time period where they're great, and then they just start getting horrible.
Yeah.
Man, I've been watching this guy. Meyer knows his name. I can't remember it now on YouTube. He travels around the country and does these really cool travel logs where he stops and talks to people. And he was in West Virginia talking to people, showing the towns that were destroyed, I guess, by Obama getting rid of coal mining plants, coal mines. And
Yeah.
then right now he's in Kentucky, and I was going to watch one of those last night. My wife wasn't that much into it, but I need to watch it. He's a guy, he's got a bald head. I'm sure it'll come up in the chat, but it's really horrible what getting these towns are so beautiful, and they've just destroyed these towns,
Yeah.
getting rid of.
Yeah, a lot of the towns in eastern Kentucky, that was their livelihood, was coal. So when they stopped letting them produce so much of that, I mean, it just kind of, it was really hard on them. I mean, that was their only economical, source of income. A lot of people, was working in those coal mines and stuff, so
Right.
Yeah, it was probably really devastating to them.
Yeah. Oh, that's what. Let me blow that up there. Is that the first issue?
Number 3.
Okay. I was thinking that was one of those negative space things. I heard Meyer was talking about negative space in John Gorris's sketchbook, and then I saw Night Tiger. I guess he's down in South America, and he's putting something up on Instagram saying, "Do you guys like these negative space covers that are?" And it's like, what is everyone talking about? Apparently, it's a new thing in the industry to have these variant covers with negative space. So I looked it up and saw what he's talking about. But I haven't been to comic stores, so I don't know about this stuff.
I think his wife is from the Dominican Republic, so I think he's been down there visiting and stuff.
Yeah, I think they're ultimately wanting to retire there.
This one was from Alabama.
Oh, cool. Well, to me, it's interesting to see what house did this magazine or comic book used to be in. I was sent a picture. Oh, that's one of the Steranko issues, huh?
Maybe.
I think he did the first 4 or 5 issues. Let me see the cover.
Yeah, it's just
Oh, that's still the same one. Yeah, that's definitely Steranko. You can tell.
Just cool stuff, I know.
Yeah. I've never been able to get those early issues.
The Dynamite magazine, I remember seeing that back in the day.
Dynamite, yeah. Are you talking about that because Meyer's been showing some? Or
yeah, I think he's been showing some of those. This was some of those that let the fans come up with their own heroes and stuff like that.
Right.
One you have that has the Wolverine prototype. They say they stole the idea from.
Yeah, I need to go through those and show them. I'd like Meyer to show how he does his setup I guess I kind of have an idea how he does his setup when he goes through the magazines. He's got the phone on a tripod.
There's Gil Kane.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Is that Ramita? Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, pretty cool.
I got sent a picture the other night of this house that I'm in 1963, and I'll show you. See this corner back behind me is it's like right here that I'm sitting.
Okay.
But this is no longer a railing; it's glass. And, oh my God!
Somebody at your door with Drew there.
The porch that I'm on is now enclosed here.
Yeah.
And
how many rooms is in your house? It seems like it's a pretty good sized place.
How many rooms?
How many rooms? Yeah.
That's a good question. Let me think about that. The house, it's all for, my wife calls the house Frankensteina because it started as a house in like World War I era.
Oh, wow.
It was 1918, I think. But in the early, like in 1952, it became a funeral home. And it was a funeral home until 1972. Then it became a furniture store, and for a long time. Then it became a house again. Anyway, things have been changed. Like this porch here. This was probably put on in the 50s. This
right.
Because it was a Victorian house, and I've seen a picture of it in the 20s. And this porch was wrapped around, so they've moved walls around. See, this right here was a door.
Okay.
And the next room, that pink room where I've got the comic rack and everything, that was part of the outside porch. And then on the other side of that room is a door that's clearly the original entry to the house. And the steps coming up originally were coming up on the other side over there. So this house even would have changed its address, because the stairs going up to where the front door faces is the street that it's considered to be on. But anyway, it's just as far as how many rooms,
you're close to the downtown area of that town, right?
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, I like that. I like the little small town atmosphere and stuff like that. Like you said, though, it'd be nice if they had maybe a few more restaurants for you to choose from. Would you say you had like 2 or 3 restaurants that you guys ate from most of the time there?
Yeah. There's a really good barbecue place.
Yeah.
And a Mexican place. Mexican place is open a week. The barbecue place is only open 3 nights a week. The movie theater is only open 3 days a week. In fact, they're showing A Sound of Freedom right now, so I missed that movie. They're going to have something else there next weekend. And there's a little Tasty Freeze kind of place, the ice cream hamburger place that's only open part of the year, closes during the winter, and it's and then because it'd just be too cold for the kids inside it to work. And there's a Subway, but and there's another place that's open 6 days a week. We don't go there as much because they only take cash, but it's pretty good too. So there's a few restaurants. They opened a bookstore like I could pretty much see it almost from where I'm at, but it's a romance bookstore.
Oh,
And it might be interesting if they had old used books, because then conceivably you could have, Dark Shadows or some kind of gothic stuff, but it's all new romance books for women of today. So,
okay. Can they order
yeah.
anything? Maybe they could order stuff.
Oh, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's kind of like not, it's like I feel kind of weird going into a store that's clearly aimed at women,
Right.
It's kind of strange.
I can see
It's
that.
like my friend Gerald, I remember years ago, we were in a Toys R Us, and I start walking down one of the aisles. He says, I can't go down that. It was the Barbie aisle. See, he would not even walk into that aisle. It's like not wanting to walk under a ladder or something, you know. We were in our, 40s probably at the time. It's like, I don't know.
Barbie.
Oh, Myers explaining. I set it up on in front of the coffee. I set up the tripod in front of the coffee table. I sit on the
Okay.
couch directly behind the tripod and point the camera almost straight down. It's really easy. Okay. Well, you might have a taller tripod than I have. I don't know.
Now you have some of these, right? These are the indexes that I think
Let me
Steranko did.
let me see. I don't know that Sorrento put them out. I think
There's
they
the
did covers for
Fantastic
some
Four
of them.
one.
Yeah, they got Stranko to do the covers, but the interiors aren't that kind of design. I have the Fantastic Four one. I have a Daredevil one that definitely doesn't have a Stranko cover. I've got a few of them. I don't have a Conan one.
Hmm.
Um,
So were they basically just a checklist of all the comics and stuff?
um, I could
Oh, that's all right. You
I
don't
could
got to do
probably
that.
bring one down and show you. Yeah, it's a checklist. What it would do is it would devote half a page to each issue, and it would have all the information when it came out. It would tell you what happened in the issue, who the artists were. It would give you about half a page devoted to every issue, and a
Okay.
picture of the cover in black and white.
Well, that was
Yeah,
probably
all the stuff that today would be readily available on the
right.
internet, but it doesn't require electricity. And what book are we looking at here?
This was it was kind of a fanzine for pulp
Oh,
magazines and stuff.
oh yeah, cool.
And I guess you could it gave you ideas of some of the books and some of the stuff to look for. And then, they were selling stuff too. So
Yeah, I've never seen that particular magazine.
I'm like you, I never throw nothing away. It don't seem like I just find a place for it.
Yeah, I've got all this stuff here that I was about to put into some boxes. I've got, like, this is a box. It's a replica of the Satan's Crate model kit, but it's a box where I can put things in. And then sometimes in front of a
Right.
comic store, you'd see things like this that are just thrown away, like Take Me. It's a box that Yu-Gi-Oh people will get their Yu-Gi-Oh cards in, but this is a little bit smaller than a cigar box, and so I could put something cool in it. What's in it now? Some little gun. But I just found all these old movie tickets, and I didn't throw them away, so I was gonna put them maybe I'll put them in the Satan's Crate box. I was
That's
gonna
probably
look at
pretty
them
cool
on
if
the
you found
air.
like a Star Wars or Indiana Jones movie ticket or something like that from back in the day.
Yeah, it would
That'd be
be.
pretty interesting.
Well,
I didn't save movie tickets, but I did save a lot of concert tickets from concerts I seen back in the
yeah.
day, rock concerts.
Here is this is a ticket for Trailers from the Crypt, which is my friend Tom's collection of movie trailers that he put together. He bought from a guy that used to run an old movie theater, and he was selling them on DVD there for a while.
Wow.
Let's see what movie tickets we have. Here's a ticket, because you can get a lot of discussion just from an old movie ticket. Like Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills has been doing episodes where he shows old concert tickets and memorabilia. And
okay. Yeah.
this is Sky Captain.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I did. I liked it. Actually, it had an old vibe to it.
Yeah, September 18th, 2004. As good as they have the date on them. What the heck? Oh, this is the crummy hairs. I didn't see that, did I? I guess I went to the crummy hairspray 2007. That would have been the musical one. That was terrible. The original one was amazing with Ricky Lake, the John Waters movie. Then they made a musical 1 year later, because that was the 90s for sure that the good one came out. What? Braveheart. That was, Braveheart was the 90s. Oh, okay. So it's June 4th, 1995. I got fooled because I see this 2017, but that something, the real date is there, 95, Braveheart.
Huh.
What else? Godzilla. Oh, this must be the bad Godzilla with Matthew Broderick, the American Godzilla, 2000.
Okay, yeah.
That's embarrassing when I went to that. The one where she had like babies and it didn't look anything like Godzilla. The heck is that? Here's a Phillips 66 credit card that expires in June of 1978. This is my father's. See, I say someday this will be collectible.
Yeah.
Here's an
So I wonder how many
Express
Phillips
card.
66 stations there are around the country right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Sinclair was dead till we moved here. There's one that has the dinosaur outside in a neighboring town. Well, this says Star Wars, but it's not the real Star Wars. Wait, this must be it's 1999, so it must be the Force, the Phantom Creeps or whatever. Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Blue Velvet, April 20th, 1990. That was my birthday.
Okay.
This must have been its premiere in Dallas. It was the USAA Film Festival. And this is more like a concert ticket.
Yeah, I was going to say those movie tickets look more like concert tickets.
Yeah, because they really were. It was, and then this was the premiere of Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, April 21st. That's the next night. But we had seen Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer like 6 months or maybe a year before that on VHS, because this guy sent us a copy of it. It didn't have the credits, but it was an early screening copy, and we thought it was great. So then it finally got to theaters. I buy a football card. Sometimes I don't know. Ken Norton. I don't know who that is. Is that a famous guy?
He was, pretty big back in the day, a linebacker for the Cowboys.
Was he?
back when
At
they
this point,
were
he's
they
in
were
San
doing pretty good
Francisco.
then. Yeah.
Let's see. War of the A. I would think it's War of the Worlds, but it's War of the. What would be War of the A?
I don't remember. They had the War of the Roses. I remember that, but
Yeah, I saw
I don't
War of
think you.
the.
Yeah, I'm not
Trying
sure.
to. Oh, it looks like it's 2005. What's? Nah, come on. I think it's 2005. I don't know what that is. War of the. This must be the Virgin Suicides. It just says suicides. That was kind of an art film. Sin City, 2005. It's been that long. Huh?
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that movie was that old.
I didn't either. 1996, Beavis and Butthead. 1997, Men in Black.
Okay.
Oh, this is Gamera. 1995. Oh, this is a. I need to put this with my bubblegum cards. Look at that guy.
Oh, okay. Wow.
He's a horror host. This is from Scary Monsters magazine. Rookie horror host. Dr. Speculo is a mad scientist horror show host and skilled practitioner of pre-Columbian neurosurgery. Learn more about the host of Tales from 6 Feet Under in the nightmarish 9th issue of Scary Monsters magazine, available at your local comic book store, bookstore, and other select locations, or direct from the publisher, Dennis Direct Tennis. I'll put that with the football card. What? Oh man, I was I was so into Star Wars that I knew they were making a new Star Wars movie after, let's see, what, 15 years or something. And
Yeah.
so I was excited enough that I went to a movie that I knew the trailer was attached to it just to see the trailer. And then the movie comes out and was very disappointed. But that's why I actually have a ticket for, I hate Adam Sandler. It's Waterboy.
Okay.
And I went to see it just to see the Star Wars trailer. That's pretty pathetic. This is embarrassing. But at least I got to see what they had done with the downtown Fort Worth. They had redone downtown Fort Worth and made it super
Okay.
nice. And I hadn't been down there in forever. And what is this? And why
I
do
was
I own
really
it?
excited about that too. I remember going to see those, being really excited, thinking they were going to be kind of similar to the old Star Wars movies, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
This is obviously cut out of like Comic Buyer's Guide or something. And I thought, why do I have this ad? But it isn't this ad. I cut it out for this ad. Bride on the back, Bride, and it says Bride of Hard to Find Video. Some guy in North Carolina, Fairmont, North Carolina. All tapes, $20 unless otherwise noted. $3 postage and handling for up to 2 tapes. See, I keep feeling guilty. I'm charging $20 for the DVDs that I make, but this is turning brown. It's so old, and it was
yeah,
$20 back then to get us something weird or one of these VHS tapes. And he charges postage, and I was doing $20 postpaid, but maybe it was a different president at the time. Looks like he's selling tapes of Greatest American Hero. Oh, he's selling the Best of Howard Stern, Volume 1. That's why I cut this out. he has Kolchak, Gilligan. Because at the time I was really into Howard Stern. At that time, Howard Stern was funny.
Yeah.
He must have had tapes of his Channel 9 show from New York. And that's why that's clipped. It's all part of it. It's like I'm going through my oh man, I went to see the second, the Silver Surfer in it.
Oh yeah. What a disappointment that was at the end when Galactus was just a big cloud of smoke.
Right. I guess I saw Sky Captain twice. I don't think. I didn't have a date, so it must. Dang. 2001. Is that how long it's been since Lord of the Rings came out?
Yeah, it's been a while.
One of the Lord of the Rings movies.
I just watched those again the other day, the extended versions and stuff. So
that was another thing that was disappointing. How wonderful those were. Then the Hobbit movies were like, was this the same people making this? It's like, what did you do to the Hobbit? I didn't think they were well done.
Yeah, they tried to make it into something that wasn't. I think,
Well, they wanted to stretch it out into the same number of movies as Lord of the Rings, but The Hobbit was a self-contained little book for kids, and they added all this stuff into it. Here's the first Iron Man movie.
Towards children, like you said. So yeah,
this is May 4th, 2008. All that's been since 2008. All that Marvel stuff.
Wow,
it once was really wonderful.
It was. It really was. That was a great movie, the first Iron Man.
Well, that was May, and then just the next month was the Hulk. And then the Hulk, when the Hulk came, no one even remembers this Hulk movie. It had a different guy playing the Hulk who was actually better, but this Hulk movie is what you see. What
was
it was?
That the first
Tony
Hulk
Stark
movie?
Appears in it. I remember.
Let's see.
I think Tony Stark is in a scene or talking to Thunderbolt Ross, maybe. And that's
at the end
first
of it, maybe.
Well, it's something, or in the middle of the movie, or something. In this movie is when you first. I mean, at the end of Iron Man, Nick Fury shows up and says, "I need to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative." So that was clearly showing there's going to be more movies. But a month later, when this Hulk movie came out, they talk about a super soldier formula that had been used in the past. So if you knew what they're talking about, you realize, they're referring to a future Captain America movie. And I think Tony Stark appears for a couple of seconds in this, so that lets normal people know gives them a teaser of what's to come, which was glorious for a while. Oh, this is the Rambo sequel in 2008. We laughed so hard in the theater because he made it an ultra gore fest.
Right.
And it was, we laughed so hard. We laughed hard in 1985 at the
original.
It was amazing. And then we couldn't believe what we saw. They were so much fun. Here's 300 from 2007.
Okay. Paulo's on. Hey, Paulo.
Oh, I haven't been looking. Paulo says, good evening, gents. Hey, Paulo. Guys, you can come on if you want. Let me put so people don't have to flip back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to step out here shortly. I've got to go pick up my nephew.
Sure, yeah, I'm just hanging out.
I just wanted to jump on and say hi. And I was in the room here, so.
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. I'll see you Wednesday, unless there's some conflicting thing going on.
I hope not. Yeah, I should be getting those books from Kevin probably tomorrow, so I'm kind of waiting on those.
Okay.
I think he sent me some more cowboy stuff. So
Have you cleared out your stash yet? Or
no.
oh, good. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I didn't have much money to work with this week, so yeah. And by
Yeah.
the time I get ready to get it cleared out, he'll probably get another collection, and I'll be buying more from him.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm kind of hoping doesn't happen.
Right?
He is talking to some guy that has a bunch of monster magazines. He's going to go by his house and
Yeah, he said he
see
was
what he
going to go
has.
look at those, or he planned on doing that pretty soon. So, kind of
I
interested
should.
in seeing what he has. I'm still missing a few issues of Vampirella, so I'm hoping there might be some Warren stuff in there.
I think the guy was primarily a famous monsters guy. Saw the guy selling on eBay, and then saw the guy was local to him, so he contacted him, and he'd sold his super early issues 1 through 30 or something, but he still had some of a lot of the
Okay.
later issues. I probably should put concert tickets in a separate box. Here's the Cramps and
Oh, okay.
they're a club called Trees.
Okay.
I think they called it Trees because they had these wooden poles, that were support beams in this old warehouse. And I guess they must have thought they were trees or something on some hallucinogen.
I
But
like looking at
this
the
is
old concert ticket stubs because sometimes they have the opening band on there, and sometimes the
no,
opening band got more famous than the band they were opening for. So it's very
yeah, it
interesting
was at
sometimes.
this club that this club is where one of the sound guys hit Kurt Cobain over the head with a guitar.
Oh, wow.
Because Kurt Cobain was like kicking at people's amps and stuff, and this guy was a scary guy with tattoos all over his face, and just got up there and it's apparently one of those famous things. This guy doing that. I was not at that show or anything. Oh boy.
Well, all right, sir. Well,
All right.
take care. You have a good
All right.
day, and
See ya.
hopefully see you Wednesday. Okay.
All right. See ya.
Take care.
Bye. Oh, Meyer's here. I thought that was I was thought I was seeing my own shoulder there for a second because it looks like he's wearing a similar. Actually, there you are.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
All right, let me get this.
Here's some card Cyber Force. I'm sure this is worth hundreds of. I'd be glad to sell this. That's like something I must have gotten free at the cash register in a comic store. Was Cyber Force sitting? I doubt it. I'll put it with the cards. I'm going through old movie tickets. Do you save movie tickets? There's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
No,
What
not on
was that?
purpose. The only tickets like that I have are just ones that were saved on accident because they ended up in like the pocket of whatever coat or jacket that I was wearing to the show.
Yeah, what I would do is when I would toss it into a bubblegum card box, and then they would just all pile up. And I was clearing out the bubblegum card box yesterday, and I found all these, and I thought, well, I better sort through them. This is from.
I think it's really cool. I think it's cool that you saved those. I saved sporting event tickets for a while. Like I used to have like bulletin boards in my garage when I owned my house, and I would save because I used to go to a lot of sports games because I worked in the medical field, and I used to get free tickets from pharmaceutical representatives. So there's this thing in medicine, the greasiest and slimiest of sales representatives typically work for corporations like Pfizer. So these people will come to your office and they'll give you free things to try and coerce you into prescribing their particular drugs. So one of the things that they used to
You're
give
gonna
you
get my
content.
channel canceled. You're absolutely right.
One of the things that they would give
But
me
you know,
constantly back in the
I
80s and
thought they
90s.
were all. I thought they all looked like
Sport.
Lonnie Anderson. The
They do.
people that
So they're the hottest
pharmaceutical.
sales representatives for one thing. So they come in the office and usually they have really short skirts and tight tops, and they'll be pulling like a little piece of luggage that looks like something in the airport, you know, and so they have to walk real with their heels and everything. And so inside of that thing will be all kinds of free samples as well as things like sports tickets. And so they'd come, and then as soon as they take you to lunch, they squeeze you for information and ask you what you like. And so when they find out that you like NBA basketball or 49er games and NFL games, I was getting free tickets to all these sporting events all the time. Anyway, I hope I don't get canceled telling you that story, but that's
you won't. But I don't think. I think that's one of the ultimate taboos is to talk about that.
I shouldn't have said that word, yeah.
But you know who's after them though is that guy. I think I first heard his name from you, the Vic Kristranasak or whatever.
Yeah, Vivek
Who's the guy running for president? Ramaswamy, whatever.
Yeah.
He seems to be he's got a hate on for the pharmaceutical industry. Hey, Kevin, sorry for ignoring you.
How you doing?
All right. So what was the deal on yesterday? Was the worst day ever or worst Saturday ever?
Worst Saturday.
Did you sell anything?
Not really.
Because I've heard this guy was telling me when he first opened his comic store, sometimes he'd have days where he wouldn't make any sales and absolutely no one even came in. It's like, that must be depressing. But did you sell much on Friday?
Friday was pretty good.
Okay. Well, maybe it'll average out.
A lot of my customers were at San Diego this weekend too.
Oh yeah, of course.
That makes sense. Sales are probably low everywhere in certain, for certain reasons or certain places, I guess.
I didn't buy anything from San Diego.
How far a drive is it from you to San Diego?
Maybe 6 hours.
Okay. I think I saw that blueberry you were showing me that was on a clear translucent stick, so it looks like he's floating, that glows, that they were selling that at San Diego as an exclusive or something.
Well, at this point, I find myself buying San Diego Comic-Con exclusives usually 2 or 3 years after, for the same price or less than they were originally sold in San Diego. I'm just being honest. That's what's been happening. So it doesn't even make that much sense to spend all the money to travel there and spend all the hours to wait in line at a booth to buy something released by one of these companies that I like that are making toys, when if I wait a year or two, it'll show up on Amazon and there'll be plenty of them and it will be the same price. And I've been doing that for years.
Well, I've heard that. Yeah, I heard it's not as bad this year because all the movie companies aren't there because
Marvel,
everybody's on strike.
I think it's funny that the editors from Marvel aren't even at the convention. Isn't that weird, Kevin?
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard that Marvel kind of stepped away when they got their own convention, the D23.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Ever since they have their own convention.
All right.
Here's X-Men from
I have tickets.
July.
You can get tickets graded now.
Ticket stubs?
Really?
Yeah, ticket stubs.
Why?
Yeah.
Are they really valuable?
Some of them are, depending on what the event was. it's a concert
Oh,
or
but
a
not
game.
for a movie. July 14th, 2000, X-Men, the first X-Men.
Unless maybe it's Star Wars. If it's the opening to Star Wars or
Yeah,
Indiana Jones, maybe. Yeah.
it was opening night, and you have an unripped one. That could be really valuable.
I've got two. Did I go to the
Or
movie
like
with
the
someone
Rolling
and take their
Stones at
ticket?
Altamont Speedway or something like that. If you have that, probably it's worth some money, right? Grateful Dead at Fillmore West is probably worth money.
The
That's cool.
movie theater I used to work at. Oh, let's see what you got there. Oh, that's the carded figure.
How much is that, Kevin? Is that for sale?
Let's
No,
Sunday.
I had this. This is from a long time ago. It's been in my collection.
Oh, that's an old one. It says San Francisco down there on the bottom.
see.
Saw that.
What's the
See,
date?
Meyer, on
What's the date?
Sundays,
There?
Oh,
Is that a
we're at
6
home.
or 8?
2018.
An 8.
Oh,
So it's not too old.
we're not at the shop, huh? We're at your
No, he's
place.
closed on Sundays, so we're in his house. It's this is
All right,
private
I'm
collection.
I was thinking of putting together a BOGO, but I'll call you this week for that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. This is nice. I like being at your place. Let's look at some of your stuff if you don't mind. I'll shut up. Beautiful Vader with the telescoping lightsaber. I had
Yeah,
that.
I've got that too. That was the first one that came out. What is that exactly?
On Solo trench coat. 84. Very nice, Kevin.
Oh, that's something he wore in Return of the Jedi, I guess.
Yeah, that's Return of the Jedi, an original loose and is that a high grade? So is 100 the top?
Yeah, but an 85 would be considered case fresh. So a
Okay.
90 is like even better.
What did the things look like pennies next to his ears? Is that to hold him in place?
Yeah.
When you get it graded, does it come back in this container like this?
Yeah,
Obviously.
you can't
Yeah,
you can't
that's
open
stupid.
it once it's
Yeah,
sealed. It's
stupid question.
you
Dumb
can't open
question.
it.
I realize now. Huh. So they
I've
have
never seen
containers
anything
for
like
things
that.
like video game cartridges, right? And oddly shaped things, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear they're doing it with VHS tapes now too.
Right. And it's always possible at this point with the kind of collections that you and I have brought to when it comes to VHS that there are some valuable, weird old things that we have that we bought in the 80s or 90s on VHS that are probably worth like 50 or $100.
I didn't buy many VHS cassettes because they all seem to cost $100 or more. I would rent them and hook up two VCRs and make copies.
Oh,
But I think what people want as far as VHS are the really gory horror movie covers that look like Eerie Publications designed
yes.
them
So
for
yeah,
like
first printings of certain. You know who's really into that is Toddy Walnuts. That's what a lot of his channel is: DVD and steel books and odd printings of particular genres of movies, like what we're talking slasher films and stuff. And then there's VHS mixed in. He collects VHS as well, but
yeah.
big movie collector. Good
Well,
channel. Check out Toddy Walnuts.
yeah, I've been
Look at
watching
that.
that.
Is that original? That's a pretty valuable figure, right? That's Snaggletooth.
I have that.
This is a hammerhead.
Hammerhead. That's it.
Yeah, because I thought that was the coolest monster in the cantina when I saw the movie.
Yeah. That was a huge part when I first saw it, was that cantina scene. We just talked about it over and over and over again.
Problem is, do I still have the gun with him? I'm not sure.
That's Uncle Owen? Uncle Owen, right?
This was the mail away. This is Anakin, right?
Oh, that's Anakin. Okay.
Oh,
And that's the mail away from when? 1999 or something?
No, this is an original.
Oh, okay.
well, Anakin wouldn't have been. It must.
It's from
I
the
don't
final
know.
scene in Return of the Jedi. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right before they, I think if you see the movie now, they've replaced him with the the young actor that played him.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I was a kid, well, I was like 13 or 12 when these came out, I think, and I was losing interest in toys, and I didn't like this size. I didn't like the size of these pocket-sized figures, and I didn't like the lack of articulation. So I was disappointed when they were small and they lacked articulation. So because of that, I didn't take care of them properly and didn't really care about them, and I gave all of them to my little cousin Steven. All of them. Some of them I even like blew up with firecrackers, like I ripped the head off of that Darth Vader. And
Well,
it was terrible. But I wasn't a little kid anymore. I was like a teenager.
the figures came out. Yeah, they were the first to do the small size, right? And then GI Joe was a few years later.
Yeah, I think so.
Um, um, and I heard somewhere it was because of the fact that you need oil to make plastic, and they didn't.
I
It
heard
was
the
too
same thing.
expensive to make big figures. And then also, if you're going to make vehicles for them to sit in, so the vehicles don't take up an entire living room, they'd have to be smaller. I don't know what they were thinking.
I think that is the first or the main driving force, because this property was so vehicle centric when it came to Star Wars and the merchandising of these toys. That land speeder, everybody had that. Me and my cousins, I had the land speeder, I had the X-wing fighter, I had all that stuff. And so without those vehicles, these figures alone it wasn't the same. You needed the vehicles, just like with Battlestar Galactica as well.
Well, all I got
you need the vehicles.
back then was the TIE fighter and a handful of these figures, but yeah, they didn't have them ready when the movie came out, and that Christmas they had to give you a piece of cardboard with a little certificate saying, "We'll mail
Yeah.
the figures to you when we finally get them ready, sent back from China or wherever they
It's
made them."
funny that we're talking about this, because I was just talking to my cousin this morning in a text. He sent me a text this morning saying that he was watching that show, How Toys Made Us. Now, he's not into the stuff that we're into, but that's why he was texting me. He was asking if I knew about Kenner and Mattel and the mistake of Mattel not, passing on Star Wars. And I told him that I knew about all that stuff. Of course, it's my thing. And then I happened to have some photographs sitting here by the couch.
Independence Day celebration in Pickens this afternoon. The rally.
And so it was really easy for me to pull up this picture. So there was a photograph from Christmas 1977 of me with the early bird packet directly behind me. You want to turn the camera to me, you'll be able to see the early bird packet.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I will. Okay, I'm going to give you full screen.
For a second. Okay, this is me and my dog.
Wow.
See on the floor behind me? Right there. That's the early bird packet opened up. You see it? That's the back of it opened up, and inside of there was the figure stand, the stickers, and the certificate to send away for the figures. There's the stand and the stickers is all that was in there, and the certificate to mail away.
So
and it's all
that stand, what is that stand worth now?
I don't even know. Probably a couple $100, I guess.
So basically, they give you a cardboard stand to put the figures on.
Yeah, and some stickers. Still, the only thing I have left of all of that is a sticker sheet and one original Stormtrooper. So I have a Stormtrooper that was from whenever, like 1978 or 79 or something, that ended up, but I gave it to my son because he's more of a Star Wars collector than I am. He collects Star Wars figures, and Star Wars is really his thing. So I gave him that, but I still have that little sticker sheet that came. I never used one of the stickers, and it's just a little sticker sheet, but it's actually valuable because it's never been unused, and so it's probably 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 bucks probably for a completist that wants
See,
everything.
to do it properly, all the characters are like single characters except for the Stormtroopers. It seems, I don't know if any kids ever did this, where it seems like you'd have to buy dozens of Stormtroopers to really play Star Wars. You'd have, Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Leia, and then you'd have a whole army of Stormtroopers, but you'd have to buy that figure a bunch of times. I think I got 2 of them. I'm not sure, because I think I had one that was loose, and then one I kept in my TIE fighter, but that's the Stormtroopers didn't fly the TIE fighter, but that's the only option you had to put in the TIE fighter, either that or Darth Vader, but Darth Vader didn't fly, he flew one that was different. So, and then later they did figures for every single character that appeared, even for 1 second in the background, and you got TIE fighter pilots, but not initially. And the toys seem cheap to me. The vehicles look good. The little figures, you're right. They weren't Mego figures. And then, so I got, I was getting older. But then I have to say, when The Empire Strikes Back came out, I didn't buy any, but I remember seeing them in the toy stores and thinking, they're starting to look good now. They're starting to put a little more care into it. When I saw the Imperial Walker, that toy looked pretty amazing, but I never got that because by then I was 15 and I was 18 when Return of the Jedi came out, because it came out the day I graduated high school. Yeah, we all went to see it in the morning, and then we had the graduation ceremony that evening. And I was 12 when the first Star Wars came out. But I must have gotten those figures more like for my birthday, because I didn't do the early bird thing.
Oh shit! Oh, oh man, what a bummer.
You didn't spill a drink.
That was so potentially dangerous. So potentially dangerous. I almost broke like this $50 action figure that went toppling off the table with this sword. I hope nothing's
He's
wrong.
okay. He's all right.
He's okay. That was scary.
Man,
make my neck.
I
be careful.
Man, earthquakes must be terrifying as a collector.
Yeah, all of my cases, I have them, wired and screwed up back to the wall. Like the big shelves that I have and the glass cases that I have, they're anchored. But if a big one hits, like one that just hit like maybe 5 or 7 years ago that knocked some buildings down just, like a half hour away from here, that could happen. And some of this stuff could come crashing down, but
I guess my wife's been trying to call me. She just put in the comments, is your phone dead or just silent? It's apparently on silent. Because when I put it in my pocket, it sometimes the button gets pushed and it goes to where it doesn't ring. So I guess she's been trying to call me. Hold on, let me make you bigger.
Oh, I could bring you on that. I could bring you right this second on that figure. I don't have it. Mine is not as. I don't have that bandolier. I don't have that rocket launcher, and I don't have that. Is that a? Although that's that M60. I don't have that.
That's hilarious.
I don't have any of those weapons, but I have the figure. That's in great
Is that-
shape, Kevin. You have everything. The knife and
Knife.
the wow. I love these figures, man. I just discovered this line. So far, I just have the 2 Rambos, but the villains are great. I'm going to be getting the villains soon.
Is that from First Blood or the cartoon, or what's that associated with?
Cartoon, I think.
Yes, it's the cartoon
Oh,
that came out
okay.
in about 1986 or 87, I think. Shortly after the movie.
Oh,
I
I
mean, it was
see.
80. Yeah. They're really high quality. I think it's a neat figure, man. And the weapons are cool. It's of a good size. It's about 6 inches tall, maybe. They have vehicles too. The vehicles look ridiculous. Have you seen the vehicles, Kevin?
I never had a vehicle.
I've just seen pictures of them because I've been looking at it. When I discovered this line, I've checked it all out.
Vehicles must have been expensive.
Yeah, they
'Cause
probably were. There's
I don't
not
know
that many
anything.
out there, and they are expensive. Just on the secondary market loose, they're expensive. Probably wasn't that popular. They probably didn't produce as much. There was so much competition at this time, and I think it's part of the reason why older TMNT stuff, even though it's really popular, the value is not really up there when you find it loose, like the vehicles or the figures, because they made so many and sold so many. But like this Rambo line, they didn't make that much and sell that much. But in addition, it's not expensive because nobody's that interested in it, to be honest, in my opinion.
And Gora says he's always wanted to go into the backwoods of the ramp or show some animation where the foliage gets all torn up in Crossfire.
That would be great, John.
Kevin, Missing Mars is asking if you use PayPal.
Yeah, I do.
Recently, I picked up my first Remco Mighty Crusader from 1984. So in 1984, Remco, I guess, closed a deal with Archie Comics and produced Mighty Crusaders.
Oh.
And yeah, and they made a bunch of them, and they're out there, and they're also loose. They're cheap loose, like $10 or less per figure. And some of them are kind of cool looking. They're small. They're about 4 inches high, but they're kind of cool looking. Hang on, let me grab the web. I have the web.
Oh yeah. Here's a ticket from 1985, May 26, 1985. Hellhole.
Oh, I think that's a good
That's-
movie, if I remember right.
Yeah. But I don't think I've seen this movie, but it says I've seen it. Alien 4. When is that?
I don't even know which one that is.
Well, there was Aliens, which was great, but I don't think I saw Alien 3 in the theater, and I'm almost positive I didn't see Alien 4 in the theater.
Yeah, me neither. I don't think I saw it.
I can't even read that. I don't know. It says I saw it.
There's my action figure Breening.
Oh,
I have different weapons. I've got another this is some sort of Russian heavy machine gun. I don't know what this heavy machine gun is anymore. And this is an
that's
AK.
cool.
These are
You ever
from the
see
weapons.
LA Confidential?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's 1990. Dang it, my eyes. 97.
Here's a different Rambo from that same toy line.
Oh. This is from 2001. I don't know what it is. ST House
That's AI.
5. What's
AI?
that?
No?
Oh, it's AI. I didn't see that at the top because I just thought that was just, it's a ticket for AI. Oh, okay.
Here's this
Yeah, I saw that.
Cards of Rambo weapons pack. And on the back of the weapons pack, it has a really good, you can really see the whole toy line with all the villains. That is really cool right there. What is that mount that he's on right there? I forget what that line is. They're really cool. That's Imperial, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made these knockoff dinosaurs with saddles that were, they didn't even sell figures to go with them. They were just made as accessories to go with your action figure. Anything you wanted, right?
Mm-hmm. You'd use them for your He-Man figures and stuff.
And yeah, I think that's what the direction was mainly,
They
was
made
to be
generic,
meant to be used for He-Man.
They made generic Godzilla figures too.
Yeah, Imperial was famous around here when I was a kid. Imperial was the stuff that you would find in souvenir shops, where you would find like a big shark or a dolphin or a manta ray or a dinosaur like a Godzilla knockoff or a Triceratops, and it would say Imperial on the bottom. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, they make gorillas, like rubber
Yeah.
gorillas or plastic gorillas, King Kongs.
Yeah.
It's all really great stuff, and you could just be a collector of Imperial, and your shelves would be filled with it after just a couple of years, probably. It's pretty neat stuff. There's tons of it. That's an amazing figure. Is that also Imperial?
Mm-hmm.
Probably all the stuff is like made, sculpted, and the molds. It was all probably made in-house in China, wherever this factory was. I'm just guessing. It was all, seems like a big deal to us now, but a lot of these operations were very small. They just put out a lot of product.
Huh.
So we think of, you know, in our minds, toy factory. We think it must be like a big factory and everything, but sometimes the factory is not as big as you might expect. And it's just a bunch of, it's like 20 Chinese ladies doing everything. And then a couple guys in the office that do the design and everything. And those are the original. That's how the saddle came strapped with those zip ties like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably valuable because it has that original zip tie on it. Like if you have one without the zip tie, it's not worth as much. Right, Kevin? I'm just guessing.
Yeah. No, that's right. They don't make zip ties like that anymore.
John Goris says those figures have great texture. Maybe how they absorb dust, schmutz over the years.
It's weird. Mine aren't even dusty. These aren't even dusty, and they've been on my shelf for 20 years.
Some plastic almost develops like a plastic patina, even though it obviously isn't, but it looks better after years in some way. Something, it develops something. I don't know. But I've seen it in my own toys. There's some stuff.
I've never even dusted these. They just don't take dust.
Probably very flammable. I'm guessing these toys are very, very flammable. Such a cool imprint as well. That logo is cool looking. There's character to these toys. There's something about it, about the way that Even though it is mass produced, like I was saying, it's nothing. It's not like today, this day and age of mass production. It was a different type of mass production. There's something to it. There's craftsmanship there, even though it's just molded plastic. It is still art.
I have a ticket for a movie. I don't remember the movie though. Nomads. What was Nomads about?
Never heard of it.
I don't remember it.
Nomads. Let me look that up.
Looking for my tickets right now. I can't find them.
Man, that
shoe
was
box.
so tension
Shoebox.
pain.
Nomads. I didn't see this movie. Did I see this? There's no way I saw this movie.
Who's in it?
It says Nomads is a 1986 American horror film written and directed by John McTiernan, Pierce Brosnan, Leslie Ann Down. The story involves a French anthropologist who is an expert on nomads. He stumbles upon a group of urban. Hold on, let me look at that ticket. It might have been a ticket of a friend of mine. Let me see if it's a Los Angeles theater because I had never
I
seen
don't
it.
think I've even heard of that movie.
Yeah. Where did it go? Oh, well, who cares? This one for The Dark Knight, July 18th, 2008. Rush Hour. Rush Hour. Was that the Eddie Murphy? No, that was 48 Hours. What was Rush Hour?
Rush Hour was Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan.
I guess I saw that. There's Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, it's about 2000, 1999, right? I saw both those movies with this girl that I was dating. I remember seeing them.
Here's Life Force, June 21st, 1985. Did you see Life Force?
No, I did not see Life Force.
It's based on a book called Space Vampires. It's supposed to be like a Hammer movie. It's, I believe Toby Hooper directed it after Poltergeist. It was a pretty hated movie by a lot of people. I enjoyed it. It was just these aliens. You'd have to see it. Yeah, this
Remember that.
it's August 1986. Nomads. I must have seen it with a friend and completely. It must be completely forgettable. Titanic, 1997. United 93, 2006. That was a pretty well done movie. Titanic was 97. And Independence Day was 2002. High Fidelity, 2000. Borat, 2006. That was funny. Gladiator. Oh, I can't believe I saw this. Final Fantasy. I never played the game. I must have gotten caught up in the hype to see an all CGI movie. Today it would.
Yeah, I didn't play the game or watch the movie. I didn't. Although I had a
Yeah.
friend that was addicted to the game. My friend was really into the game, and like every time a new one would come out, he'd be, "Oh man, you got to come over and check out Final Fantasy VIII." I'd go over there and I would look at it, and it just no interest at all. Man, I was like, "So you got to click on all these
Right.
little buttons. You're clicking on all this stuff, and what is this? This is the inventory. What? I don't even get to cast a spell. You got to click all these buttons, and I don't know, man. It's just have fun." But it did not interest me. That's a
Patriot.
great movie. I like that movie.
This must be Moulin Rouge, a few months before 9/11.
I didn't see that.
It's one of those movies with the modern music mixed with the period movie. It's supposed to be all avant-garde. These are I can't remember who this artist was. $1991. This guy would buy my magazine, and he sent me this stuff. They're he designed these cards.
Wow.
Let me see if there's an order here. Series 3. Okay. They're ugly cards. Right? 9 cards, 1 sticker, no gun. 75 cents. Oh, it's Devlin Thompson, isn't he? Oh, this is the guy that he would buy my magazine all the time. He owns a store now. That's like a real cool store. It's called Bizarro Wuxtry in Athens. You ever heard of that store?
No. That looks really cool, though, man. I like this
Athens,
style.
Georgia, not Greece.
Is it Athens, Georgia?
Yes.
Not Athens, like Italy.
I think he commented on something I put up recently. It's Bizarro Wuxtry Comics, Toys, and stuff. He's open right now. Athens' oldest. It took me to Facebook. Athens' oldest and greatest comic shop, serving you since 1976 or 1992, depending how you figure it. And he's always putting up. And he's like Kevin. He gets all the cool stuff. I don't know if he sells new comics or if it's all old stuff. He's always putting up. Here's a big boy comic.
That's cool.
He's seeing how sharp the axe is.
Checking the how sharp the axe is there at Bob's.
Yeah. It's like he just got in a bunch of Mads.
Oh yeah.
Let me see here. He's the manager at Bizarro Extreme. Anyway, let's see what these cards look like. 1989 by Devlin Thompson has his address. Send 25 cents for catalog of Keen stuff. Anyway, I haven't opened this in decades, but so inside, stuff looks like this. Oh, and they got puzzles on the back of the cards.
That's cool.
He would send me all these posters that he would do for local bands. There was a band called the Woggles, and he sent me tons of posters that he designed for their concert shows.
Cool looking stuff.
Okay, so that's one pack. Oh, wait, one of them has all about Sonny Bono on the back.
That's interesting.
Oh, I didn't see this one.
Oh, I like that.
Drummer,
What?
singer, songwriter, producer, Fantasy Island guest star, restaurateur, mayor of Palm Springs. Sonny
Yeah.
Bono is all these and more. Besides being a true star in every sense of the word, Sonny has a face not even a mother could love, let alone share.
I think I really like that card. Maybe that last sentence is a bit much, but other than that, it was really
Well,
nice to hear someone laud the achievements of Sonny Bono. I think that politically he might have aligned with us. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was a
yeah, he
conservative.
also was a good songwriter,
I think
but
Palm Springs is
I think
still a
that
pretty
card was
conservative.
done before. I think that card was done before Sonny Bono died. This is a set from 1990.
Tragically, in Squaw Valley or Lake Tahoe, or Kirkwood. I can't remember where he died. Someplace close to him. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
The back of the card. Some guy vomiting. It's got a checklist on the back.
I was just thinking that if somebody hasn't done it yet, somebody needs to petition a name change for Squaw Valley Ski Resort, because that is totally not politically correct. They need to change the name of Squaw Valley. I feel assaulted and traumatized just saying it now 3 or 4 times. What an awful name. They need to change the name of that place. Even though it's a very expensive and posh elite ski resort, you need to change the name.
Right. This must be a self-portrait. On the back it says the artiste. Devlin Thompson was the last survivor of a doomed planet rocketed to Earth as a baby. Tragedy struck again a few years later when Pa Thompson, his kindly old foster parents, were bitten by a radioactive spider. They promptly died of leukemia. He swore an oath of revenge against all irradiated insects over his parents' graves. Later at stately Thompson Manor, he mused, insects are a superstitious, cowardly lot. So my disguise must be able to strike terror into their hearts. I must be a creature of the night, black, terrible. As if in answer, a huge artist flew in the open window. An artist, that's it. It's an omen. I shall become an artist. And thus is born this weird figure of the dark, this avenger of evil, Devlin Thompson.
Wow. This guy's really funny. If I lived in Athens, Georgia, I might be buying my comics from him.
Yeah, he gets all kinds of cool stuff in. It's like Uncle Creepy a little bit here.
Wow, that's awesome.
Another part of the puzzle on the back. Yeah, I think he might be politically aligned a different way, but he's a good guy. There's two people in a comic store.
Who's stronger, Thor or Hulk? Just like those horrible conversations between those miscreants and malcontents at the comic shop.
All right, so I'll put these back into their wrapper. Oh, there's a little sticker thing in here. I guess this really is a sticker. It actually could be used as a sticker. I don't know if it's still.
That's great, man. This guy's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, tons of stuff when I was doing the Sophisticate. Gradually, I'll start getting through everything. I got to get the cards in just right in order for the wrapper to close back on them.
It's fun going through old stuff. It's enjoyable watching people go through their old stuff because I like hearing the stories, the backstories on these things.
Yeah.
Interesting to me most of the time.
This is also from 1991. And then he actually stamps these, the actual date, I guess, that he put.
I like the packaging. Really cool what he did.
May 15th, 1991. Boy.
It's right after the war. I was in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. That's his checklist. And he's advertising you can buy more junk. $1 each plus postage. Tons of other cool stuff available. That's his old address. I don't know if it's still good. It's the back of that one.
Oh, I like that a lot. That's cool.
That weirdo that you were showing, that weirdo magazine, I used to buy those at a record store. I'm trying to remember if they were ever sold in. I don't think they were sold at Lone Star Comics. I think I had to go to a other store. Well, they sold underground stuff.
I didn't discover undergrounds until I was a junior in high school. And it was because I started working at a comic book store, and the comic shop that I worked in had underground. And some of the undergrounds were new, like Freak Brothers or Weirdo, Fat Freddy's Cat. That was the stuff that was new, that was on the stands, that I was putting on the stands and selling a lot of. Then some of the stuff that was there was old and was, even at that time, even in 1982 or 1981, it was expensive and rare. And so it was out of my price range when I was working there, but I was able to read it. And the only thing that I have that I purchased there that I brought home of that stuff is an issue of Arcade, which was this incredibly well-made anthology magazine that was filled with all of this underground. And
That was from the
became-
mid-70s.
That was the beginning of my underground collection. I started with Arcade and then just went from there. Except for
Right.
Wonder Warthog. Now, I had seen Wonder Warthog early on because the university that my sister went to had a newspaper that she would bring home, and in that college newspaper they ran a Wonder Warthog strip, and so I would read her college newspaper just to get to the back to read Wonder Warthog. Now, I wished I had saved all of those newspapers, but I didn't save any of them. Let's see what is Paulo saying.
So the biggest movie theater scam was the 3D glasses. They wanted me to pay $50 for them. Then I give them back for free at the end of the movie. So I kept them. They're still in my car. Yeah, a lot of times they were wanting them back. Yeah, I never put them back. They always had a box to put your glasses in. And they would reuse them, but I doubt they'd sanitize them. And they may have wanted to collect them for liability reasons also, because they're afraid people would use them like as sunglasses and hurt their eyes. I like Sonny Bono in the first Troll movie. Well, I think I discovered underground comics through a history of comics. There was a book called Comics by the author Les Daniels.
I remember the
book. COMIX, and the last chapter was about underground comics.
I remember seeing that, and I probably read every single one of those in the back of that, because that was something that was in the public library where I lived, and it was one of the only like reference comic books that was in the public library, and so I would read it every time I was there.
I ordered that book when I was really young from one of those superhero catalogs, like that one that had the VA hospital on it as the address. And I remember I felt real guilty because there was some bad stuff in the pictures in the underground section. And I think as a kid, I got out a little felt tip marker and covered over some of the spots like Jambo had done in that book he had as a kid, that Frazetta. I don't know if you were watching earlier, where he covered up
it was awesome.
that Frazetta painting. I did the same thing.
Oh.
And then later I realized I shouldn't have done that, but I was feeling guilty about having a book with that stuff in it. So I gave that book away and bought a new copy of that book that wasn't marked on. So, but it was also in my junior high school library, and I would check it out all the time and carry it around with me to classes. And then at one point it just disappeared off the shelf. So I guess the librarian had realized what's in the book and had pulled it. And then I read somewhere recently someone writing that their junior high school had that book. Maybe it was you. Somebody said that it was in their library, but they had X-Acto bladed out the last chapter. They cut out the last chapter.
So no, I didn't. That wasn't me. I hadn't heard that, but it was in. So we had a public library in this little beach town where I grew up from 8th grade to high school, and in 8th grade, remember how I told you my grades started going down, and I started like not paying attention in school, and I started not liking school, and I actually started cutting school. But I was such a weird kid that just like there was a time in my life when I used to shoplift, and the only thing that I would shoplift were paperback books. Well, when I would cut school, I would go to the library. So I would go to the library, and the library in this little town would be completely empty except for these two old lady librarians, and they would look at me kind of like side-eye, like, what is this kid doing here at 10:30 in the morning? Well, I would pretend like I was there doing a report. I would walk in with my stuff and set my stuff down, but instead of doing a report, I would read that comics book. I would read like Secret Agent X9, Pogo, anything that they had at this library that was comics oriented. I read there in that library while I was pretending to be doing schoolwork, but they never bothered me, never even said anything to me. But that was a little period I went through at that time. But it was all there. Nothing was blacked out or cut out in there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the ladies didn't even know what was inside of there. They didn't even know or care.
Right. Oh boy, what we have here, it's like a real life wacky package.
Whoa, 30 cents. Lawson's, which was a dime store, no doubt, right?
Oh, it actually has candy in it.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that. Chug a can candy. They're
Number 9 of 20. So they must have had a whole bunch of wacky pack style.
This looks like the 70s to me.
It has to be during that era. Is there a date on it?
Is there a barcode?
It's probably before a barcode. If it barcode didn't come in until about 76. I bet that's from about 74 or 75.
Yep, that's cool. I love that has that ever been popped open? At least it's not all stuck together. It's all loose in there still.
What's the type of candy on the side again? Chug a can candy. Have you ever looked that up to see what the other ones look like?
Number 9 of 30.
I have Series 2. I have a box of Series 2.
Oh, you got a whole box of them?
Yeah, but this is the first series. I don't think I have a box of these.
Oh, I'm seeing they're from 1980. This guy's selling 7 of them for $20 on eBay.
That seems like a good price.
They've got the one you've got. They've got a Budweiser one. Here, I'll give myself the screen and show you.
That's funny. Oh, there they are.
I make it bigger. No, I don't think I can. I've got one that's a parody, I guess, of Bush beans. Belches instead of Welch's. Yeah, this is something I've never heard of.
Look up, they make another one called Crazy Video Candy.
Ooh, that's
Clear Crazy Video.
They're going to be little VHS tapes.
Yeah, little VHS.
Oh, man, that sounds cool. I want to see that.
There's one called Star Wreck instead of Star Trek.
Who does that again?
Fleer, same company. Crazy Video.
There's a Dr. Pepper parody. Dr. Schlepper.
Dr. Schlepper.
Yeah, I never saw these things.
Yiddish used to just be funny, right? It used to just putting something in Yiddish made it funny. If you say schlep or schmutz or you know, schlemiel.
Milder beer, preppy instead of Pepsi. Yeah, I never heard of this. See them. We're talking about VHS cassettes. People collecting them. It's like the original movie poster for the Gore Girls looked like that when it played in theaters. But the VHS box for it, people remember seeing in the video station or whatever, was this really lurid thing. And I think that's why people collect those boxes, because they're just so extreme. And I assume that's why.
They do. And so they pay more money for ones that are unopened, but then they also will pay money for ones just if they have a Hollywood video sticker on them or a Blockbuster. So if they were a rental and it still has the identification on there of it being from a location that's famous, there's people that just collect Blockbuster or Hollywood videotapes because of the reminiscence, the nostalgia of that. You know,
Yeah.
which I think is cool. I think that's a neat thing to collect. So it's an inexpensive collection, but it's a collection that has some sort of feel to it. Looks cool on the shelf.
What were the
Clamshell.
parodies of VHS you were talking about again called?
Crazy Video Candy.
Crazy
Crazy Video.
Video Candy.
Yeah, Fleer.
Do you have any of them?
I have a box of them.
Oh, okay.
There's 20 different ones. I can't read.
Oh,
I
I
can't get
see.
them.
Fleer was a company that was giving work to underground comic book artists, and a lot of the stuff that Kevin collects is stuff that was done by guys that had really actually originally been working for undergrounds, and then kind of turned to this different side of illustration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Star Wreck you were talking about, and
Oh, cool. Those are
Teeny
cool.
Wolf. Oh, they've got Flush Gordon. Yeah.
I guess John Pound, William Stout. Those are the first names that came to mind that I was thinking of that were guys that got money from Fleer, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they worked at John Pound was Tops.
Oh, John Pound was Tops, so he's making money from that is the rival of Fleer.
He was the Garbage Pail Kids guy.
But I mean, are not at this point you would think that Tops and Fleer would all be owned by Disney or something. It'd all be the same company or something.
Well, Tops did sell out. Tops sold out to some big sports company. That's probably owned by BlackRock or something.
Oh, Shiza Manelli.
Yeah, that company I think was called Big Heads. They used to sell those giant sports stickers for your wall.
Yeah, I remember them.
There's the company that bought Tops like last year.
Oh.
This is a Mezco toy comic book.
Oh.
I've showed you guys this figure before. This is the comic that came with it.
Is this an original property to Mezco?
Yeah.
I
So
like the comic. The comic looks cool.
here's the original property ad. You can buy weapon packs and skull packs. Stands.
This is nice what they've done here. It reminds me what Damn Toys did with the Gangster's Kingdom line that I used to collect, where every figure was a original property created by them, and then it came with a comic book that was specific to the figure. But they've done a great job.
This is what. Look at this. Can you see how yellow that is?
Yeah.
That's why you don't put anything in the window.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's only one summer. That was one summer.
That's just one summer of sun exposure. That was in the window at the shop.
No, at my house.
Oh, at your house.
But luckily, I had it in this case, and the figure that was inside didn't get damaged.
Was it sitting on the windowsill?
No, it was close to it.
Oh, it just close to the window. Were there curtains on the window?
Not like there is now. Not blacked out now.
Oh,
I black them out now.
yeah. Wow.
Yeah, look at that. You could see where the J hook was.
Yeah. Is it considered a flaw or a problem if you punch out the tab to put a figure on a hook?
It's not considered a flaw, but if you have it unpunched, it's more desirable by some collectors.
But how do you display an unpunched one? I mean, with it when it's punched, you can put it up on the wall and display it.
Yeah, you could put it in something like this, or you could just set it on the shelf like that.
Oh, okay.
I set mine. I've got a few of them, and I just set them on the shelf. I just set them up.
Most of my stuff I lay flat so it doesn't come off the card over time.
I think that's.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's the best way to
Gravity will win.
less stress, and it won't bend the card. Otherwise, the card gets bent by the weight after time.
Whoever makes the Star Wars toys now was saying that they don't have a ban on the slave Leia figure, that they just haven't made one recently, but it's still out there as a possibility, because I guess people thought they refused to make it anymore.
They changed it. There was supposed to be one that came out in one of the series, and then they advertised it, and then when it came out, it was a different Leia.
Oh, okay. So there is truth to that.
It pissed off a lot of fans, and I still have a whole case of them. Not even one sold. If it would have been the Leia, I would have been sold out. The slave Leia would have been sold out. This is Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Okay,
That's an original Clash of the Titans from whenever, 82 or something. Is any of this stuff yours? Like, is that Rambo yours or anything of yours from when you were a kid?
I used to have them, but I think this is I bought later.
Okay, but you replaced it. You played with it with one when you were a kid, though. Yeah.
Yeah, most of my stuff was wrecked pretty bad.
And you grew up in
Buried in
early
sandboxes and stuff.
Yeah, the stuff you're into is stuff that would have been popular in like 1982 or something.
Star Wars I never had as a kid. Well, I did later. They were hand-me-downs
Okay.
from my cousin. But I was like you. I didn't like the scale either. I liked the bigger figures like these.
Mm-hmm. That the articulation and the feel of that Rambo figure when I got it in hand, like this month, like a few weeks ago when I first got one, reminds me of even the scale. It reminds me of these figures that Mark's Toys put out in the late 60s that were for the Bonanza television show. Have you ever seen any of those, Ratu or Kevin? But they're the same. The articulation is the same, and the plastic, and the weight is the same as the old Bonanza figures. I don't have any, but I played with them when I was a kid because my cousin had them. My cousin had Haas and Joe and the horses, and they were pretty cool.
Leg joints are ahead of their time, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And I can only imagine that those were made because they made these vehicles for the figures to sit in. So they needed to have these knee and leg joints like that so that they could have him sit down.
I think they realized the He-Man figures with the rubber bands. I think they realized that those were breaking, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe because almost every He-Man figure I find nowadays, the leg bands are broken. And you can't fix them either. With the G.I. Joe, you got to fix those O-rings.
Right, you can just get the replacements and pop new ones in.
But with the He-Man, you can replace those bands, but I've never had luck changing them out. They sell the bands.
I had at least a few.
Did you ever get a Commando figure? I was telling you about those. If you like the Rambo, you might like Commando.
No, I haven't seen the Commando figures. Do you have any of them?
I have one, but it's in the box, but I could show it to you.
I didn't find one when I looked. I think I might have searched, but I didn't see anything.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, we lost him.
I guess.
He'll be right back.
Yeah, we lost him. But yeah, I had a couple of Mego figures with a internal rubber band, whatever it was, broke, and their arms and legs would just fall off.
Yeah, I really didn't like that first generation Mego, where their legs would just kind of splay out like that. Remember, they had the little nubbies at the top of their thighs that supposedly were supposed to hold, but they didn't really work.
Yeah.
The design was terrible.
Yeah. I didn't know that He-Man figures had rubber bands inside them too. Oh. So if anyone wants to order copies of the Tomb of Terror, there's tells you how to order it at the bottom.
Order the Tomb of Terror.
These must have been from when I went to see Mortal Kombat in the theater, August 1995.
They gave you a pog.
I guess that was when these pogs were real big. I never really understood the pog phenomenon.
Yeah,
I
me
guess it was
neither.
a game kids played.
Well, that's what they told us. It was supposed to be like a Tiddlywinks type game, but I never saw any kids actually playing the game. I just saw these for sale at the comic shop.
It's just unbelievable. It was a good scam to sell something that's so worthless, little tiny piece of cardboard.
Yes. Even smaller than a card, like even smaller than like a baseball card.
Yeah. I guess I just have ones that were. This looks like this must have come from Taco Bell. That must be why I have so many of these things, because I went to eat there so often. Is that
Now
a Taco Bell?
yeah, that's pod racing right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a bunch of Star Wars ones.
Ace Windu.
What is this? It's another. Yeah, most of these that I have are Taco Bell things. I don't know. That must be from some video game.
I don't recognize that character. There he is. Oh crap! How tall is that, Kevin?
Put Rambo next to him.
Oh, he's the
Same
same,
size.
just about a little bit shorter, maybe. Oh no, maybe the same height almost. A little bit.
He's the
That's
same.
amazing looking. I haven't even seen that figure before. That looks cool as hell.
He does have cloth. He does have cloth pants.
Yeah, I saw that. Interesting. Like a vest, maybe a removable vest.
He
Yeah.
has a rubber vest.
I remember my friend and I hated the movie when we saw it at the theater, Commando.
We loved it.
It was so inferior to Rambo, First Blood Part 2, or whatever. It was.
We saw this when I was in the Army, and we were just there were so many big action heroes at this time in like 86 or whenever this was. We were right there for every single one, and we loved anything with Schwarzenegger or Stallone. But this Commando, we loved it. It was so funny, man. It was so good and so funny at the same time because of Arnold's accent, and because we were in the Army, and so there's certain things that you, when you're doing this job professionally, the movies become funny to you. You know what I mean? When they misrepresent things and they do things like, what does he say about why don't you let off a little steam? What was that guy's name? The guy that he, right? You know, it's so funny. You know, he jams that guy's body through a steam pipe, right?
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, it would probably be funny if I watched it today. But at the time, we were just kind of wanting something a little more like, because we had gotten spoiled with the Terminator and then Rambo, and then this thing came out right after.
Wow, look at this.
So I remember
this
my
was
friend,
and it came with a comic book.
when we saw the Terminator. When we saw the Terminator, my friend was just amazed that you see people reloading he said usually in movies you don't see people reloading their guns. It's just they have magic guns that have unlimited ammunition.
Right.
And
Yeah, maybe that guy's name was Beckett. He said, "How about you let off a little steam, Beckett?" And it was the guy from Road Warrior that with the mohawk that had that had his girlfriend, on the back of the bike that got hit in the head with the boomerang. It was that actor, that Australian guy.
so who's called Matrix in the movie? It says
Yeah,
Colonel John Matrix.
John Matrix was his name. What nationality do you think
Matrix?
Matrix?
Okay.
Matrix. What is that? Is that Austrian? Matrix?
I don't know that's any national. That's
Like I remember
wild.
the opening scene. He's at his mountain chalet with his little daughter there from Who's the Boss, and he's carrying like a 900-pound log over his shoulder. Right, he's walking with it, but it's made of styrofoam. But Arnold is making it look like it's heavy. That we thought that was hilarious. Because we did that thing where you carry the logs on the beach, like you see in the movie there with G.I. Jane. We had actually done it in real life in training, so we thought it was funny when we would see it in the movie.
Yeah. I know my father would always point out mistakes in army in war movies, as far as the way when soldiers are walking across the field and they're talking to each other. He always said that they wouldn't be that close together or something like that. They do that for the movies just so they all fit on the screen and they can talk to each other, but they would really be farther apart or something like that. He'd usually have criticisms like that or about the uniforms.
Father's correct. That's true. You have to keep your interval. Keep your interval. That is awesome. You have it mint on card. What great card art and design. Isn't that cool?
I bet there's a ton of great fake ones from other countries, bootleg ones.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because Rambo was huge. There's probably all kinds of Rambo merchandising, knockoff Rambo stuff. Probably tons of it.
It really was the first time Vietnam veterans were depicted as being heroic, I think. And that movie in 1985, I guess.
There were maybe like a couple movies that had come out prior that had done that, but they were serious movies, like Uncommon Valor. Was that with Gene Hackman that came out maybe before this? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know when that came out.
But it was a similar story. It was, I think it was actually based on a true story. It was about going back to Southeast Asia and rescuing POWs that were still there.
Yeah, I'm sure I saw that. I'm just trying to remember it. I remember the title a lot more than I do the movie. Yeah, it was 1983. You're right. It was before this.
It was a good movie. It was Patrick Swayze was in there. Tex Cobb, Randall Tex Cobb. He was in there. Yeah, they look really cool, don't they, Graphic Man? It looks like a really neat toy line. And I was saying there's at least 2 or 3 vehicles in this toy line, as well as some heavy machine gun kits. Like there's a 50 caliber machine gun that you put together that has a stand, and then maybe another one, maybe a 40 millimeter recoilless rifle, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an 80.
This
Maybe it
time
has-
period, the only time I would buy a toy is if it was just really strikingly funny or something or insane.
Yeah, me too. At the same time, I did that as well. Like I used to have this really cool Ghostbusters toilet that you push the button and in this little blue toilet, a giant tongue of teeth and mouth would pop out. I'm sure Kevin knows the one I'm talking about. I remember buying
Yeah,
that. Remember that? I
I
bought it
have
at Big
two.
Lots because you have it.
I have two of them.
Yeah, I
And
bought that at Big Lots just because it looked so cool. I was completely an adult with a wife living in an apartment off post in the army, but I thought it was cool, so I bought it.
Yeah, the problem with that is the plastic changes color.
We didn't have Big Lots back then. That's something new, I think, out here.
There was a store before Big Lots where I was living called McFrugal's.
I
Yeah.
remember McFrugal's. I remember McFrugal's. Damn, this freaking guy.
McFrugal's would get amazing stuff. They got all the Aurora illuminators, but if you painted them, they would look like a real Aurora kit. And they got those real cheap.
We had McFrugal's. We had a thing called Yellow Front.
Okay.
Did you guys have Yellow Front?
No, I never
McFrugal's
heard
was my favorite more than Big Lots. And of course, Big Lots, we don't have that here. It might be in some neighboring town, but not where I'm at.
How about Super X?
No, I haven't heard of it.
We had Super X, and then they turned into Walgreens.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we had Big Lots and McFrugal's right about the same time, which was mid 80s, and this was in North Carolina. This was right at Fayetteville, North Carolina, right at Fort Bragg. So probably 80% of their business is all GIs and dependent families, probably at that point.
Did you guys have Smitty's?
that
No.
doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, we had Smitty's. Is where I got almost all my He-Man.
No, I haven't heard of Smitty's. That must have been local. Was that just local to Arizona, probably?
It might have been a West Coast maybe thing.
Did you guys get In-N-Out Burger pretty early? Like I'm just guessing since you're so close to LA, maybe you got a lot of LA chains early on.
We didn't get that until like 5 to 10 years ago, I think.
Oh wow.
We just got White Castle a few years ago.
Oh, I would love to have White Castle. I've only had White Castle through the frozen boxes in the supermarket. I've always,
Now they have
yeah.
Now they have it in Vegas and here. But before that, it was this closest one was St. Louis.
Oh, they have it in Missouri, huh?
I think that's where that's the only ones I knew about were.
You know what? I just realized I forgot to ask Micah about. Micah's a big Roy Rogers fan. I wonder if he's ever eaten at Roy Rogers. Have you guys ever eaten at Roy Rogers? You know what Roy Rogers is?
Heard of that being
Yes.
a restaurant, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
So I guess Roy Rogers is the same company that owns Carl's Jr. that we know on the West Coast, but it's
We used
on the
to
East
have,
Coast, especially in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, Maryland. It's called
used
Roy
to have-
Rogers.
We used to have Kenny Rogers out here.
Oh, the chicken place, right?
Kenny Rogers.
There was a Roy
rotisserie.
Rogers. There was a Roy Rogers restaurant before I moved to the I really told this story on YouTube. There was a Roy Rogers restaurant right by the high school. In 1972, I guess it closed long before we moved there in 76. It closed and it was bought by this guy that turned into a barbecue restaurant. He kept the original Roy Rogers sign with a covered wagon, and he changed the name. Roy became Big. The same number of letters. And then the second part of the name, the racial slur that you hear in Blazing Saddles a lot.
Yeah.
And so it was like that name, Barbecue, and it was run by this African American guy. And my friend who lived there at the time, he said, well, a lot of people were offended. It was right next to the university, and it's like, well, he doesn't offend me, the guy that ran it. And there's a picture online of it, which I can't show on here, but it's just amazing. Mid 1970s, on a highway like Cooper, which was the main highway that went through town. Today it would be nationwide news. But I guess that racial slur had about the same number of letters as Rogers. And
well, it was missing one letter, right?
And
that's really
I
weird.
guess
Kind of messed up.
And he would joke about it. The name with I think he was a veteran. He did not care. He just said, that's the name of my restaurant. It's now a place. It's now a Mediterranean restaurant called man, what is it called? But I'm pretty sure it's got real good food there. Shit, what is it called now? But I'm sure that they have no idea that sign used to be in front of their restaurant.
I'm sure not. Yeah.
Oh, and right next to it, there used to be a head shop, which is where Weirdo magazine used to be sold, and it was called Pipe Dream Head Shop, and it had a gigantic marijuana leaf, and it was like right between the high school and the college. It's like, I can't even imagine. Well, actually I can, because when we drove through Oklahoma, I saw tons of big marijuana leaves on just about every building, because they've legalized marijuana there, and they have all these dispensaries, whatever. But then it seemed pretty shocking to me as a kid during high school to see that big. It's like, isn't that illegal? How do you put a picture of an illegal substance on your sign and call it Pipe Dreams and not expect trouble from the police?
It was totally illegal, and I thought it was funny too. So I can remember noticing that stuff, maybe even before I had ever even been to a head shop, at the fair or the carnival that would come for our Portuguese festas. That it would be these carnivals that would be set up by these white people, these Okies as we would call them. They would come every year and set up the carnival, and sometimes the prizes at the carnival would be posters, blacklight posters, right? And they would have those blacklight posters back there set up, and you could see them. And they would be things like Robert Crumb stoned again, that one, or Wile E. Coyote stomping on the Roadrunner, beep beep my ass, and he's strangling him.
Right.
Or this particular one that I actually got. So I had a choice when I was about 12 or 13. I won a prize, and I could choose of these posters. This poster that I chose was most of the poster was a mouse trap. It was a giant mouse trap, and there was a mouse that the trap had snapped on, and he was smoking a joint. And then there were all these other mice that were standing in line waiting for their turn at the joint, and they were also going to get trapped. And so it was like they were willing to be caught and killed by the trap just to take a hit off the joint. And it was like a big, huge poster, and it was all drawn in this weird, sketchy, counterculture Robert Crumb kind of style. And it was right up on my wall for years and years, and my mom didn't even understand it or know what it was at all.
Yeah.
But they made it. They definitely marketed marijuana to teenagers in the 70s, even though it was completely illegal. There was still tons of marketing everywhere for it. Even in
We're about to hear your horn. We're about to hear your truck noise. I just sent you a message.
shit, you're right.
That's hilarious.
Let me check
Do
it.
you
Hold
see
on.
it?
Let's see.
Okay, you got to look at the picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look. Hold on.
I just can't show this on YouTube.
Holy crap. Arlington too, right there, home of Six Flags.
Yeah, it's like people came to
No,
visit
that's
Six Flags,
amazing.
they would see that restaurant.
I have never heard of that, and so that's reminiscent of the side story in Ghost World about the chicken restaurant in the north.
Oh
Side,
yeah, it's up.
So it reminds me of that. It also reminds me of Sambo's. We had Sambo's here in California, I guess, but
Yeah, the
nothing like
difference
that.
being that this was African American owned, and he was doing
Right.
it as like I don't care, doesn't bother me, kind of thing. He
Did
said
you ever
I'm big because he was a big giant guy.
Did you ever eat at Po' Boys in Texas before? Have you heard of
That's
Po'
real
Boys?
familiar, but I don't know if I did or not.
So it was a
I don't
chain
think so.
around San Antonio. So you might not remember because you were little when you were there. So it was a really good restaurant chain that was in and around like San Antonio, Austin area, and maybe
Were you
west of there
stationed
too.
in San Antonio?
Yeah, a couple different times I was stationed in San Antonio.
Did you ever eat
I kept going
Frontier
back there.
Burger?
What's that?
Well, you probably would have gone to a place called um, Jim's Coffee Shop. Does that sound familiar? They're all around
It does.
Austin and San Antonio.
It does sound familiar. Yeah.
So if you ever went there, you could have gotten the Frontier Burger, but at one time they had a separate restaurant called Frontier Burger, and then they've if you watch the Memory Crypt of Castle Hills on YouTube, Mike went and got a burger from there and ate it
Saw
in
that.
honor of me during his show. Did you see
I
that?
watched the video. I really enjoy his channel. And I like hearing about San Antonio and stuff. And I liked when he got that burger too, man.
Yeah.
I probably ate there. I was there for a couple different periods, maybe 3 different times. I was at Fort Sam Houston. I was a student at the school that your father probably used to be the dean of, the Academy of Health Sciences. I graduated from there like 3 different times, 3 different courses.
Oh, you said that my father used to be what now?
The school that I went to is probably the
Yeah.
same school that your father used to be the administrator of back in the 70s.
Oh, I
The
want
Academy of Health Sciences is probably where your dad was in charge. I'm just guessing.
but that is if the school is.
You're breaking up, or I'm breaking up. You're
What
freezing.
he did, but he might have been, if the school was part of the hospital, he might have been part of that.
And yes,
Oh,
yeah, it is. I'm
it
just
seemed like we
guessing since
moved
I knew
on.
that
I don't
your dad.
know.
What's that?
Someone's
Are
walking
you
a big
frozen?
dog outside.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't send the graphic man that picture too. Do I? I need to fix my phone as far as
We used to go to the Riverwalk.
Oh, there he is.
Go down there.
Yeah. Well, the last time I sent a message to Micah, it wasn't delivered. I wonder why that is. Let's see if this gets through. Oh, is it PM? Some people shut off their messages so it won't disturb them. Oh. And that Kiss magazine, what was the poster? A photograph or a drawing of them?
I think it was a photograph. Might have been two. I'm sure it was two-sided. I feel like the side that I put up was a photograph of them in concert, a live picture of the stage. But I could be wrong. I don't remember because I had so many different Kiss posters at different times. I didn't save any of that stuff. I did save some stuff. I take that back, but I did not save those posters. I do have a few old posters.
So, Kevin, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What are we looking at there? Oh, I see.
No, I was just I'm still looking for my movie tickets.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you are? Okay. I thought we were ignoring you.
No, I don't know if I'm gonna find them.
What's the story on the famous monsters guy? Have you been in communication with him?
No, but I have his email. I can just probably send him an email.
There's an 8mm film. I wonder what's on this.
I just found some stuff that might be cool. I just found a Cracker Jack prize, an old one. It's a glow-in-the-dark sticker.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
And in the back, it even says Cracker Jack on it.
Yeah, that's when they cheaped out and stopped making things. What the heck was
Yeah, Cracker Jack division, glow in the dark. And I found this. There we go. There it is. Look at this. It's a wooden nickel. It says, "What this country needs is a good 10-cent cup of coffee. Sambo's has it." And then it says, "Good for a 10-cent cup of coffee at Sambo's anywhere," and it's made of wood.
Yeah, I've got some wooden nickels downstairs, like Indian nickels stuff.
Do you guys have the Disneyland wooden nickels? Those are valuable.
No, I don't think I do. I do have a lot of free drink chips. You guys ever hang out at bars that give chips for free drinks? Here's a cold drink. So
I didn't hang out at many bars.
So you get drink chips at bars if you flirt with the bartender, or she knows you, or she works for your family. And that's my whole experience of why I have drink chips. I don't know. I've never purchased one. They've always been given to me by girls that thought I was cute, that worked at the restaurant or the bar. They say, go, "Here's a free drink." So I have the Hearth, and then I have, this is the best one I have, is It's Ruby's. It's from Ruby's Club in Clovis, and on the back it says "Good for one free highball." Good for
Now,
one highball.
let's show the other side again.
Can you see it?
Ruby's Club.
It's
Yeah,
a girl
that's
inside
pretty
of a
cool.
still drink. This one just says the Hearth. It's from Geary, San Francisco. Good for one free call drink.
Yeah.
Here's a piece of like here's something that's Disneyland, but it's just one of those cheap little coins. It says "Pirate's Life for me." Yo ho, Pirate's Life for me. Probably from the early 2000s when I took my kids there.
Well, I understand they put Johnny Depp into the ride now.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh well, they got to do what they got to do. You know, they rebranded it, so it's not the same Pirates of the Caribbean anymore.
Yeah, he's been in there for a while.
What did they do to it? What's that?
Johnny Depp's been in the ride for a while now.
Yeah, I think since the movie came out, I have no idea how old that movie is. Is that 20 years ago that came out?
Seems like it.
I have no clue.
I don't know
Never
if
know.
Paul was watching. Here's 20 escudo. Here's some Portuguese money that I just found.
Oh.
I'm sure Paulo recognizes this. Portuguese
Is it
Republica. It's from
Does it
1987.
have a year on it?
Yeah, it's
87.
1987. 87. There's a lot of foreign money in here, but we don't need to look at it all. This is cool. This is a Kevin might like this. This is a coin from the Guinness Book of World Records Museum in San Francisco.
That's cool. I probably had one.
Yeah, you might have one from when you were here.
Is it still there? Did they get rid of it?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's still there or not.
How far is that from your place?
About 2 miles.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's a couple miles. Probably about a 20-minute drive through the traffic and everything.
I used to have all these coins in this bank. All these, I had Vietnamese money, and
Oh, that's cool.
it sounds like I've taken all of it out of here. This is a bank I've had since I was a kid in the 70s. I don't remember the combination, but it used to just open. See if I can't.
Was that from the comic book ad ordered that?
I got it open.
Oh,
There's
cool.
nothing in it. I must have taken the coins and put them into something at some point trying to organize.
Here's an original "May the Force Be With You" button. This was one that I bought at the theater. That it's all rusted still on the back, but
For the real one, the original movie.
Yeah, I probably bought this the second time that I saw Star Wars when we went back. Like, remember, I think we saw it like 7 times or something total.
Yeah,
or something.
It was playing all the way through, way past Christmas. People maybe don't know.
Yeah,
It didn't stop playing. It just played for 6-7 months in the theaters.
We just kept going and seeing it over and over and over again. Everybody, by the time, after you've seen it, people started showing up at the theater wearing these buttons and in T-shirts and masks, and they were going and they'd seen it 10 or 20 times. There's a Fonzie for President button.
That's good. That new guy trying to run for president should dress like Fonzie. That Yavek, whatever. What's his name again?
That's an ET button.
He sounds good, but I'm still for Trump. But Ramaswamy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still for Trump too. Here's an
Where
Apollo
did he come from? Where did this guy just emerge from? Has he been in the Senate or something? Or
No, he's actually kind of like Trump. He's a businessman. He's never been a politician. He's not a politician.
what? Do you know what business he ran?
I don't remember. I want to say he's an attorney, but I can't remember.
Okay. Huh.
I have a bunch of these Hanna-Barbera rings that were from bubblegum machines. Remember these?
Is that Dynamite? Yeah.
Dynamite,
Yeah, that's great.
Scooby-Doo. I think I have all of them. There's about 10 or 12. Quick Draw McGraw. This is good because they didn't make a lot of stuff with grape ape. You know, you didn't see a lot of stuff with the grape ape on there.
Yeah, Grape Ape they must have been thinking that King Kong was going to be a hit, and so they created Grape Ape.
I think so too.
What is that now?
It's just a button of a picture of a girl.
I'm trying. Is she a musician? Is that a girl in a band?
No, I think it's just a nobody girl. It's just it's a clip from a photograph, and she's in a smoky room. I don't think this is anybody famous.
Oh.
She has a cigarette in her hand.
Oh yeah. At first I thought it was Tony Dow.
No, it's just some punk girl from like 1981 or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Buttons were real big. I've got a bunch of buttons I was about to go through.
This is a whole thing of buttons, but I'm done. I don't want to pull
Let me
any
go
more
grab
out.
some buttons, like where Kevin got kicked off.
Oh shit!
That wasn't me that time.
Yeah, that was me. Hold on. I lost Kevin again. It looks like I'm going to check the chat. Graphic Man, I just saw the picture you sent. Hope everybody's doing well on Sunday afternoon or evening. I'm checking my messages now, looking and seeing what I see. My daughter-in-law just sent a bunch of pictures of my granddaughter. What's going on here? Just hanging out with Roxy, looking at this stuff. Nothing of great importance. I did dishes this morning. These patriotic Pringles.
Oh,
Did you find some stuff?
yeah. Let's see. Here's when this movie came out from the theater. It was
Yeah.
David Cronenberg, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was Women for Reagan.
That's great. There's not many of those left.
Yeah. Vote Lex 2000.
Huh.
I apparently have two of them. Someone was showing this the other day. It seems like someone was showing this.
Oh, I like that. I haven't seen that before. It's cool. Always liked that character. He was funny. Oh, wow. Bob Dobbs. There we go. Church of, what is it? The Subhuman or something? What is it called?
Subgenius. That's even better. Yeah, Subgenius.
The church.
This was when
Prince,
I
I
went to
think
see
Prince.
Comic Book Confidential in the theater.
Cool.
They gave away buttons and stuff at the theater.
Yeah, it was fun.
And a free little comic book, too. This is my original mood ring from 1975, 76. They always went gray.
I lost mine. I wish I still had it. I had the same one, just like that. That was the only masculine one you could get was that big one like that.
I don't know what this says. All right, this is not. Oh, it's Kate Bush. Kate Bush, The Far Shore. I think this maybe this is the song that was. Normal people know this song now because it was in what is that show on Netflix with the little kids, Stranger Things?
What song do they play? That one where she's running up that hill? Is that the song they play?
Maybe that was the one. But I think it's from that album, The Far Shore.
Okay, I don't know.
There's
I
a
just know
little
that.
keychain. It must be. It's laughing. Look, it says "Sock It to Me," and then it'll say, "Oh man." It'll say, "Here comes the judge." Yeah.
Oh, does it say "Here Come the Judge"? Oh, I
Yeah,
love
here
that
comes
one.
the judge.
Yeah, I would like
Sock
one of
it
those.
to
I'm
me.
going to get one of those. I love anything laughing, and I love the phrase "Here come the judge" and "Sock it to me," and they're really cool. I'd like to get a metal trash can, and I would
Yeah, I
also.
don't know if that's.
What's that?
I don't know if that's authorized by them, but here's another Pog. I don't know what this character is. That sums up the '90s in every way. The shiny guy with spikes and. So
Kevin is
sheriff
showing
pad.
soundtracks. Oh, what is this? That real metal?
Yeah, let's look at his soundtracks. That's more interesting.
I think you were telling me it's not good to play the picture disc.
Oh, it's not good to play those type records over and over again. I think they get worn out quicker because they basically have paint in the grooves. That's what I've been told. What do you know about that, Meyer?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think they're more for decoration. What I would do if you play it, just record it onto digital or onto tape or something, and then just listen to the recording.
So good, man. It's great that when that first came out. Christmas Pooh.
Are they still making South Park? I think they are, aren't they?
Yes.
I
I don't
just-
watch it, but they still
I should watch it. I just sometimes you just forget about things, and then a decade passes. But I'm sure it's still funny.
You guys ever seen this movie?
No,
It's
I
the
think I was told it was good.
It's Creepshow 3.
It's like Creepshow 3.
That's what it was supposed to be.
Oh, really?
I remember the show. The show was very good. You know, this is the mid to late 80s.
The show had a creepy intro.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw this movie though.
Was it shot on videotape? I can't remember.
The show, I believe, yeah, it was. I think it had that videotape look, that syndication look to it.
Right.
Syndicated television.
This is a good movie too. I have fun because each one has a different flavor behind it.
How's the Creepshow TV series?
I've seen the first 2 or 3 seasons. I like it.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Kevin.
Yeah, because I'm on my other phone.
Oh, okay.
The microphone's terrible, I think. The other phone just died, even though it was plugged in, it died.
I love that cup right there. It's great.
I always heard the lyrics to "Eye of the Tiger" wrong for years. I thought they were saying "rising up to the challenge of our life," and then I thought they said which is the way teenage girls talk now. They say, it's like, stop that, everything's at the end of their sentences or something like that. They'll say, leave me alone, but anyway, I thought they were saying, I thought they added a syllable to make it work with the song, rising up to the challenge of our life or something. But it's actually saying rising up to the challenge of our rival.
Yes.
And I heard it wrong for years before someone pointed out to me that's what they're really singing. Well, that was Stallone's brother, right, that sang that?
No, was he in Survivor? The band was called Survivor that did that song, "Eye of the Tiger."
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe it was a song in Rambo that was sung by his brother. I can't remember.
"Eye of the Tiger" was a very popular song at that time, and
Oh yeah,
I remember the moment that I saw that movie. It was like an important thing. I saw that movie with my team, and I was on this martial arts team, and I belonged to this karate club when I was in high school, and we used to go to events, and we would do these katas, and then we would participate in this point contact fighting, a lot like what is in Karate Kid that we see now. Same thing. And so the culmination of seeing Rocky 3 and the meaning of that song, Eye of the Tiger, was made really big by my karate instructor, this guy named Ricky Chambers. We had this 5-man team, and he really wanted us to do good at the West Coast Nationals in San Jose. So he took us to that movie, and he made us listen to that song. And then I got knocked out in the first round because I had just turned 18. I had to fight against other guys. It was like 18 to 35. So here I am as an 18-year-old fighting some 27-year-old dude, and I got 1 point, and he beat me because you only needed 3 points to win. So it was kind of a bummer, but we were fired up. But that's it.
Yeah, Frank Stallone. I guess he had a song in that Saturday Night Fever sequel called "Staying Alive."
Yes.
Called "Far From Over." Reached 10 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100. Got a Golden Globe. Man, he's 72. So how old is Sylvester Stallone? He's 77.
Wow, is that what kind of peanut is that? It's tiny. Little foam peanut.
Man, what's wrong with us?
Our houses are full of stuff like this. We could just kind of go on and on if we wanted to. It's pretty amazing. It's probably entertaining to normies. It's maybe the opposite. It's like kryptonite to normies.
Andre the Giant.
Oh, is that from an Andre the Giant figure? What does he say? Andre the Giant figure? He says something about a peanut from Princess Bride. How about a peanut?
I thought I lost this over a year ago. Still trying to find these tickets.
Well, they have a new commander of the Navy. You hear about that?
No. This is kind of cool. This little thing right here has Mount St. Helens ash in it from May 18th, 1980. It's got my aunt's handwriting because they were camping when Mount St. Helens exploded, and she saved some ash for me.
Oh,
yeah, and it's still in the same. She used like a pill bottle, and she scooped up some ash. This is the ash that was falling from the sky when Mount St. Helens exploded.
Wow.
What were you showing, Kevin? What was that? It was a coin or something.
From Diamond. From Diamond, they get the coin.
Kevin, have you done videos of the new books for this week?
They haven't sent them. I only got DC Comics.
Anything good in the new stuff?
DC, no. So, do you keep your records in crates or do you keep them in boxes?
Well, I have different ways, but don't keep them in those plastic crates, like milk crates, because the plastic will bend, and then the records will kind of get warped along with that. They need to be in something that's super sturdy, like wood. Records are, they're hard things to figure out how to store.
I got this BCW box. I only have, this is all my records. I don't have very many.
Nothing. This panel from Little Orphan Annie. Did you see that?
I did.
The bad guy says, "That's my knife, you little punk. Give it to me or I'll." And she says, "One more step and I'll open you up so wide the sun will tan your insides." It was an adventure comic strip. People really have no idea what Little Orphan Annie really was, because the musical has clouded their, and the comic strip's been gone for so long.
Right. Yeah, when I saw that panel, it reminded me of, my mother, when I asked my mother when I was a kid if she liked comics when she was little, and there were three that she named, and she named Little Orphan Annie, Prince Valiant, and the Cats and Jammer Kids. Those were the three comics that she said that she read and liked when she was a kid.
Yeah.
She was born in 1922. So when I saw that panel, it made me think, I wonder if this was the Little Orphan Annie that she was reading.
Yeah, well, it was an adventure strip. I mean, they did that a little bit at the end of the original musical movie. She was up on top of some bridge, and some bad guys, but I don't know. What are we looking at here? A Batman book? Yeah, I have that book. Doesn't it have a little cloth bookmark built into it? Yeah. like a Bible, and it has gold leaf. As I recall, it's all Bible like. Yeah, yeah. See, I have that. I have that Joker book down there too. I guess that's from the late '80s, maybe early '90s. I can't remember.
Yeah, I have it too. I got it in 1989 from a book
Okay.
club. Yeah, from some book club that I joined.
Hey, I saw. I think it was Michael Taylor yesterday during the comic book memory show. Put in the chat that The Flash is available on Amazon Prime, and I for free. And so I looked on there, and it isn't there free, but they had like a 10-minute, little 10-minute segment from The Flash that you could watch, and I was kind of getting into it. I mean, I heard people initially saying they loved it, and then the movie didn't do well financially, and then everyone said, we hate it, because that's how people are. If something makes money, then they love it, and if it doesn't, they all hate it. But, the actor is creepy that plays the Flash, but I wasn't minding. It was interesting. And I'd like to see that movie now. I never had a chance to see it because it never played here locally. I understand it has some bad CGI in it, but look what I grew up watching, Shazam on Saturday morning. I'd like to see that movie. Have you heard much about it?
I haven't. I mean, I've heard positive and negative. I haven't watched. I should watch that trailer or that little clip over there on Prime. I haven't watched it.
Yeah. It just the clip. It's just him kind of meeting Iris West again, and then he gets this envelope that's signed BW, and it's from Bruce Wayne, that where he's found some surveillance camera angles that show his father in a quickie mart that shows he couldn't have been home to be the murderer of the Flash's mom, but he's talking to his father on the phone to prison, and while he's talking to his father, he runs to their childhood home and is standing outside of it, and then he just gets so upset he just starts running at top speed, and then I guess goes through time, and that's where it ended. It was just it was kind of engrossing. I don't know if anyone in the chat has seen the movie, but it cost like $18 to watch it. And then we were under the impression that the Sound of Freedom, since my wife didn't feel like going last night to watch it in the theater, we thought, well, maybe we can rent it and see it at home, but that's not available yet either. So we wound up watching Mrs. Maisel, we're in the 5th season now, and it got a little better in the 5th season, but then they do this weird stuff, and I won't spoil anything, but they show TV shows showing what Miss Maisel, what happened to her later in life, and the other characters. They'll start the show showing her children grown, and then they'll go back. They do this Quentin Tarantino kind of moving from time period, and it's like, well, when you show how she is now, it kind of ruins, it kind of, when you know where they're at now, it ruins the fun of watching them progress, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I wish they hadn't done that, but there's a lot of, they're getting off the rails a lot in the 4th and 5th season. Oh boy.
I haven't made it that far. I think I'm on the 3rd episode of that show.
Yeah, it's fun for the first few years. I have several of these things. I think this is what my father used to have glued to his dashboard in his car. Let me blow this up.
Yeah, what saint is that? What is
It
that?
says, I don't think it is. I think it's actually Jesus. Um, yeah, it says member Sacred Heart Auto League.
Okay.
So, and it has a little thing where it used to stick to the dash. I got two of them here. So I guess I used to have it sticking on a bookcase. But anyway, it's
My mother
I
always
guess it,
had a magnetic Virgin Mary on her dashboard. Always, like probably purchased from the church at some sort of a Catholic bookstore. But it was always
yeah,
this little cream-colored plastic, and it was purposefully made to magnetically attach to your dashboard. So, but my mother had this habit. It was even like it was like a ritual. She had a lot of rituals, but one of her rituals was every time she got in the car and started the engine, before she would even put it into reverse to get out of the driveway, she would bless herself and cross herself and say a little prayer under her breath every single time she drove a car, every single time, right? So
oh,
when this was something that I completely got used to and didn't even notice or see anymore. And as I got a little older, at different points when I would have friends that would hop in the car for a ride with my mom, they would be like, "What? Why is your mom crossing herself? Are we going to get in a wreck? Does she? Why is she? Does she? You know, they would be. This would after this conversation would happen, after everything would end, they would be like, so does your mom think that by praying every time she drives that she's not going to get killed in a car accident?" And I said, yeah, kind of. That's kind of what her thing was. And she did. She was blessing
yeah,
herself, preparing herself to go to heaven every time she drove the car. It was, yeah.
yeah. Well, um, I don't know who I'm following on Instagram, but every time I go to Instagram, it's nothing but car wrecks. That must have. I don't. It's just. It's. Yeah. It's unbelievable what some people do. Looks like Super Seven's making some Halloween masks.
That's neat. Yeah.
I don't know if that's full scale or not.
I heard they're going to make a
I was going to
series
say that
two
too.
of those
Hopefully they make them
trailers
full
because
size. It's not
What,
that
what,
cool when they're like 6 inches
Kevin, have you
high.
seen this thing? This
yeah,
creature thing?
yeah, yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay. Is it actual full
They're going to make.
size or is this a little miniature thing?
I think it's full size.
Cool.
Okay.
They're making series two of those pre-code horror figures. Mhm.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is that new, is it the new 2-pack over there? Super 7 2-pack.
Yeah, I was seeing this Thundercats castle at pictures from San Diego, but I've never seen a Thundercats cartoon, but it looks cool.
It's one of the better cartoons from that era, if not the best one. It's in the top 3 or something. But yeah, it's like an $800 playset, I guess. I don't know how much is the Thundercat castle.
Really? You mean the original or this new one?
The new one. The new one.
Was there one back then?
There was, but you know, it's not as I don't know. I'm not sure. Kevin can tell us. I don't know for sure. Super 7.
Those things look cool.
They're remaking the toys, and the new toys are probably the same price as if you were buying the vintage ones. The new ones are very expensive.
Yeah.
But they're worth the price because they're very high quality and everything is really good. Super 7 is a great product. I love it. I buy a bunch of their stuff.
Have you heard anything back from the Twilight Zone people? Let's see.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
My phone. I can't hear you guys. I'm gonna switch phones.
Oh, okay. Oh, he dropped off. Let's see. So I don't know. I guess those were new toys that he's maybe going to order or something.
I don't know. He's going to come back on a different device, hopefully, and we can hear.
Oh, is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah. He said he's going to switch phones. Probably going to do another magazine video here later on today, maybe, or.
Oh, good.
Just kind of lined up because I'm reorganizing this stuff. So I've got multiple boxes still of more magazines that aren't organized yet. It's kind of fun to randomly go through them, you know, and helps me to organize and do stuff. And then also it's productive in making videos. There we go.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you guys.
Oh, perfect. We can hear you good.
Okay.
Is that the mask you saw? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Except that one has better color. I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the other one was green.
The other one has glow in the dark.
Oh, that was it. The other one was glow in the dark.
Oh, okay.
How much are those? $20 or 20 something? That's not a bad price. If it's full size, it's not a bad price.
Oh, this one
Yeah.
glows. It says this one glows too. There it goes.
Oh, that looks really great. Yeah. That's cool. Are you going to order some of those?
Oh, Retro Go-Go helped to make them. Yeah, the Retro Go-Go guy designed them.
Oh, okay.
That might be cool. I have some of these coming in.
They're doing a good job
Oh.
on the Sokies. Look good. That's a nice looking creature.
Do you guys have any of the original ones?
I don't.
I just have a Wolfman.
He probably looks better than that Wolfman, huh?
Well, that one looks good, but you know, the other one is the real thing from the '60s. So, yeah,
Isn't
these
the
don't look
original,
bad at all.
the original creature from the 60s, he's holding a lobster, isn't he?
Or a fish or something. I've never seen it in person. I don't think.
Those Sokies would look great in like a period bathroom with like aqua colored tile. You know what I'm talking about? Like a 1930s style bathroom with an arched shower entryway, all tile. This old stuff would look great in an old bathroom. You know?
Yeah, it would but the cardboard would get all messed up from the steam and the air.
Yeah, you'd have
If
to
it was
remove
out of the cardboard, if you had some of the originals that didn't still have the packaging, they look great. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd probably you'd want originals really.
Although those look good too.
Yeah, they do look good.
How much did they sell for?
I thought they were 20.
20 each.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a fair price. And Sokies are another thing that you can also still collect to this day affordably, just not these Universal Monster type properties. Anything that has got a real cult following is still going to be expensive in an original Sokie. You know, maybe 50 or $100, but you could get a Huckleberry Hound for $20 or something. So the original ones are still out.
Yeah, it looks really cool when people have a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, it does.
Together, lined up.
Exactly. I like that Lucy figure. That's really nice. Such a great episode.
Yeah.
I don't like the price though.
I don't like the price either. What is she full
What?
size? She's like 2 feet
What
tall.
do they mean super size?
She's about 2 feet tall.
She's probably
2 feet
life size.
tall?
Yeah.
That's life size.
Oh, life size. So it's like a Halloween decoration.
She's 21
21
inches tall.
You could take the mask costume off.
Well, what is that on the left there, to the left of the Sex Pistols? What is that based on? What is it?
I think it's their own brand of.
Oh, okay. They're just weird characters. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's what looks like Mayor McCheese or something.
How much was the Thundercats thing? The play set?
650 and 100 to ship it.
Yeah, it was pretty
Seven-
close. I said 800. Probably close to 800 after tax.
Yeah.
But all the figures are about $50, so you're already investing a bunch of money into this hobby if you're a Thundercats collector.
Yeah.
I don't have any of those Thundercats Super 7s ones. The stuff I have is stuff the lower end stuff.
I like,
Although certain stuff I'm willing to spend like
this
$50
one.
on a Conan figure.
I like the. Oh shoot!
Huh, that trash can looks cool. That's neat looking. It's Halloween fangs, and also it looks like the guy from Space Ghost.
Yeah,
They glow in the dark too.
yeah. The Halloween thing guy's cool,
That's cool looking.
and the garbage can.
Did you ever watch the Brack show?
Yeah,
So that looks a little bit like Brack there on the left. So if you remember the Brack show, the basis or the setting of the Brack show, in my opinion, may perhaps have been influenced by Herbie. So if you remember what Brack's parents were like and how Brack's parents acted, it was very strange and obviously weird, but it was similar to the Herbie situation. You know what I mean?
I don't know anything about the Herbie comic series.
So Herbie's parents look absolutely nothing like Herbie and act nothing like Herbie and seem to be separated somehow from Herbie in a strange way. They're not like typical parents. They almost seem like CIA agents or something. You know what I mean? Right, Ratu? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a comic called Todd the Ugliest Kid?
No.
That was a pretty funny series.
I like the title.
Yeah, they've been talking about for years, like past 10 years, making a cartoon. The Star Trek figures must be their worst seller.
that right?
I bet you they are.
Doesn't seem surprising because you know I follow all the vintage stuff, and on the secondary market, the nobody wants the Playmates next generation figures. The easiest and least expensive, like if you're into collecting, say, vintage action figure carrying cases, like I am, I like vintage action figure carrying cases. The Star Trek Next Generation carrying case is like $12, and nobody wants it.
I had a guy donate me like 200 of those Star Trek figures in the package still, and I
You
couldn't
can't
even give them. I couldn't give them away.
Yeah, you can't give. You couldn't.
I,
You
I
literally
told people,
couldn't give them
I
away.
told people you can have two. Pick two. You can have any two you want for free. And they would look at them and say, "No, it's okay." So when they made remakes of them, I'm like, "Why are you guys making remakes? Can't even give the original ones away."
I know. Now there were a couple cool ones. There's a couple. The Borg is kind of cool looking. There's a Borg figure that's cool looking, but at the same time, they don't hold up. You know, when you put him up next to something else, he looks goofy. You can't really take it seriously. Yeah, could you imagine the landfill that would have to be filled by all the Guinan figures, all of those Whoopi Goldberg and the big purple hat? Yeah.
One of my friends, he just bought that art that they used for this package.
Really?
Huh.
He just bought it at San Diego this weekend.
That's cool.
I'm gonna need to run here in a minute and help my wife cook.
Oh, okay.
She's sending messages. Oh. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to the magazine video. I've really been enjoying that series.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably make one here in a little bit. Maybe that's what I'll do too. I'm gonna eat something and maybe shoot a little video.
I think we're gonna have some shrimp tacos.
Oh, that sounds good.
And then watch something on TV. Anyway, it's nice talking to you guys, and I'll talk to you guys real soon.
Good hanging
See you,
out.
everybody.
See you later.